Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for this Egypt-Africa Business Roundtable event. We should get started in a few minutes, so I just wanted to let you know that we're just waiting for a few more speakers to join us in the room, and we are scheduled to start at 10 a.m. So in the meantime, please do your best to meet someone, connect. That is indeed the whole point of this event, to establish greater connections. So please do your best to take advantage of this, and thank you again for joining us this Friday morning.
تشيك تيست تشيك تيست. طب شوف. Check test. Check test.
عالي ولا حاجة؟
Check test.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we take our seats? We're about to get this started. Good morning again for joining us for the Egypt Africa Business Roundtable here on the sidelines of the Afreximbank annual meetings. Can we all take our seats, please, as we get started? Please take your seats. Actually, I think what we're going to do to break the ice a little bit, and this indeed is a networking event. So I am going to ask, if you don't mind, crave your indulgence, if you can all stand up. Just work with me for a moment. Please, can we all stand up for a minute? Thank you very much. It is a Friday morning here in Egypt, so maybe a little exercise for the weekend, right? So, I've been told that the value of your network is not who you know, but who knows you. And very often, people don't get to know you until they interact with you. So before we get this started, as you know, this is also a networking event. I want you to just turn around. Just from where you're seated, just turn. Okay, no, everyone will be backing each other. Look for someone you don't know. So some will turn to the back, some will stay forward. And what I want you to do is to please just introduce yourself, take 1 minute to get acquainted, let them see your face. If you're wearing a mask, you may need to drop it for a second. Exchange business cards. You'll get more opportunities to do that as we continue with this event. But I want you to at least take advantage of this moment and get connected. Okay, if we can begin to round that up, you will still get another opportunity, but I just thought we should break the ice a little bit and get connected. I'm going to allow for another 1 or 2 minutes, and then please, we really would have to take our seats and get started. Okay, if we can please begin to round that up. You will still get another moment to do this. I guarantee you that you'll get another chance to connect with someone in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if we can take our seats now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much as we get started. All right, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests from Egypt and out of Egypt, welcome to New Cairo. Welcome to the capital of Egypt. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would really appeal to you now if we can please take our seats so we can get started. Our speakers are here. We need to get this going now. And as I mentioned, you will get another opportunity to get connected with others in the room. Thank you very much. Good morning again. I still see some people standing at the back. Please, if you can take your seats. Thank you very much. Mr. Yusuf Daya, I need you to please take your seat so we can get started. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, good morning again, everyone. Welcome to this Egypt-Africa Business Roundtable event. I'm sure you've noticed something about New Cairo. Everything is big. The roads are big, the buildings are big, the investments are big. Obviously, something is going on here. And we have the opportunity to make fresh connections with this city, with this country, as we proceed with this interactive event. The theme of today's event is promoting Egypt-Africa trade within the context of the Africa Common Free Trade Agreement and area. And we're delighted to get things started as I welcome to deliver some opening remarks. And I would appreciate it if you welcome her with a round of applause. She is none other than the Executive Vice President. Yes, that is a new designation, Executive Vice President, Intra-African Trade Initiative at the Afreximbank. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Kanayo Awani.
Thank you very much. Dr. El Shakawi, Chairman, Egypt-African Businessmen's Association. Dr. Amani Asfor, my dear sister, President, Africa Business Council. Captains of industry, leaders in international organizations here present, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning again. Let me begin by thanking you for accepting our invitation to attend this Egypt-Africa Business Roundtable under the theme promoting Egypt-Africa trade under the AFCFTA. Let me thank especially the Egyptian Africa Businessmen's Association who have partnered with us to deliver this program this morning. The theme of today's event is particularly relevant given the current situation of things, the geopolitical situation of the world today, and its impacts on global trade. It was first COVID-19 pandemic, and now it's Ukraine crisis, and both incidents have revealed the economically devastating impact of Africa's continued dependence on external markets, even for basic commodities, basic agricultural commodities. Africa imports more than $40 billion worth of food annually, and the swirling wheat and sunflower prices in the wake of Ukraine crisis threatens food security in the region, in many parts of our continent. Russia and Ukraine are the major exporters of wheat and sunflower to Africa. Wheat consumption in Africa is projected to reach 77 million tons by 2025. 77 million tons is a staggering number. With 64% of these, that's over 60% projected to be imported from outside the continent. Already the region is facing acute price shocks and supply chain disruptions. This is compounded by the concerns of fertilizer shortages, which could potentially disrupt agricultural production and place further pressures on food security. This morning, we just signed at 9:30 this morning a facility of $200 million under our Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Trade Financing Program. That's to deal with what we envisage to be food insecurity on our continent in the coming months. In the context where Africa accounts for 16% of the global population, for food security implications of the Ukraine crisis could even prove more far-reaching than the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. However, just as COVID-19 catalyzed collective African action and a united response, the current geopolitical crisis must be viewed also as an opportunity. And that's the message this morning, actually. With 60% of the world's arable land, the fastest growing population, and an integrated market under the AFCFTA, the opportunity exists for Africa to take the necessary steps to ensure food security through the greater intra-African trade and reduce reliance on imports from outside the continent. We just have to do that. The AFCFTA creates a single continental market for goods and services, expected free movement of business persons and investments, provides an opportunity for Africa and indeed Egypt as a country to take greater strategic approach to wean itself off the dependence of external partners for its developmental ambitions. I think President Sisi told us enough of that yesterday. The AFCFTA, which seeks to bring together 55 African countries and create a single integrated market, 1.3 billion people, GDP combined of 3.5 trillion, holds enormous potential for Africa's trade-led development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, however, no matter how grounded the AFCFTA objectives are, they will remain elusive if the African private sector, also present here, is unable to take advantage of the opportunities offered by the AFCFTA. In fact, the AFCFTA is a necessary reform for our continent, but it is not sufficient without the private sector. It must be implemented. It must get down. Yesterday I was on a panel for the sub-sovereigns. It must create an interaction between nationals, subnationals, and businesses, grassroots businesses, including SMEs, including youth and women, for inclusiveness and greater participation in the AFCFTA. Indeed, it is through events like this and other platforms such as Intra-African Trade Fair that we start to discover and take advantage of the opportunities that exist across Africa and that are being created by the AFCFTA. We recognize the potential of Intra-African trade, and in anticipation of its emergence in 2017, the bank created a new function which I humbly lead called Intra-African Trade Division, which, to our knowledge, is probably the only of its kind on the continent, because not only do we facilitate intra-African trade, we also finance it. Over the past 5 years, through this group, Intra-African Trade, the bank has disbursed over $20 billion in support of intra-African trade and investments on a revolving basis, and we're committed to doubling this amount to 40 billion over the next 5 years. We have also onboarded about 500 out of the 600 regulated African banks onto our intra-African letter of credit scheme, intra and actually extra-African letter of credit scheme, well on our way to granting an aggregate of $8 billion to banks in support of intra-African trade financing. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also recognize that the AFCFTA implementation comes new competition. The liberalization of the African market may see competitors who could not previously compete entering the market at lower cost. Afreximbank is addressing this challenge through the operationalization of an AFCFTA adjustment facility. The facility will provide a mechanism to member states to assess financial and technical resources to implement the agreement and mitigate the short-term disruptions and associated costs. To this end, the Afreximbank has already committed $1 billion as the bank's initial investment. The bank has also developed, and it's our initial investment, but the total cost of adjustment, as we know it, is up to $8 billion. So we're also using $1 billion to leverage other additional financing into the pool. We also developed the African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, which will provide a single technology-enabled transit guarantee that will facilitate the movement of goods throughout the continent in support of the AFCFTA. the Cape to Cairo story means that, we can use a single technologically enabled transit bond to ship goods from Cairo to Cape Town or wherever, trucks going by road. So we're piloting this scheme in the Comesa. And when fully operational, the scheme will lead to significant reduction in border delays and annual savings of more than $300 million every year. Another important initiative of ours is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS. In January this year, in Ghana, under the auspices of His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, hosted the commercial launch of PAPS. It's a groundbreaking platform that will facilitate border payments in local currencies and is set to boost intra-African trade significantly by minimizing the use of hard currencies and making cross-border payments cheaper and seamless. What it means is that a Ghanaian can buy stocks on the Egyptian stock exchange using Ghanaian cedi, and the seller will receive Egyptian pounds. Afreximbank will provide clearing. Today, there are currently 42 currencies in Africa. PAPS will significantly reduce the cost of currency convertibility and save the continent more than $5 billion annually. It will also benefit the numerous SMEs and young entrepreneurs across the continent. For instance, across the continent, PAPS is part of the bank's broader trade digital ecosystem we call the African Trade Gateway. This is the digital ecosystem that will accelerate intra-African trade through the elimination of significant reduction of bottlenecks to trade and financial flows. Some of the components is MANSA. Some of you will have heard about MANSA, which is a KYC repository aimed at reducing the high cost associated with Know Your Customer and customer due diligence checks. It also includes a trade information portal, trade regulatory portal, and an Africa Trade Exchange, which is a B2B, B2G marketplace. In 2018, the bank, working with the African Union, launched the Intra-African Trade Fair here in Cairo. It's an initiative to support the AFCFTA. In fact, the AU credited it will be the first instrument delivered in support of the AFCFTA, even before the AFCFTA came into force. That trade fair happens every 2 years. It connects buyers and sellers across Africa and addresses access to trade and market information as key enablers to intra-African trade. The recently concluded second edition of the trade fair, IATF 2021, which held in Durban in South Africa, generated over $42 billion worth of deals in trade and investments, over 1,100 exhibitors from 69 countries globally. It had 32,000 attendees participating both physically and virtually. The third edition, IATF 2023, we hold in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, from 21st to 27th of November 2023. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you all to begin to make your preparations early to take advantage of the opportunities offered by the IATF platform. Under the Intra-African Trade Initiative, we are also promoting what we call the Country Africa Regional Economic Country Africa and Regional Economic Communities Africa Trade and Investment Program. Egypt Africa, like the association you have today, Comesa Africa Business Councils, Tunisia Africa Business Councils. The objective of this initiative is to promote African trade and investments through supporting the emergence and institutionalization of these business councils. Working, of course, under the auspices of the African Business Council led by a sister here, Dr. Asfor. Our event today is part of the initiative to promote what I'm just talking about, the country Africa Business Councils. It is my hope that other African countries represented here will begin to use that as a platform to promote trade and investments between their countries, say Nigeria, Africa Business Council. There are other programs that we offer in Afreximbank, and time will not permit me to go through all of them. But you must also know that we have a program that we are partnering with the ITC, International Trade Center, called How to Export under the AFCFTA. It's a practical training, hardly academic. As I tell people, I'm a Nigerian. Many people don't know how to sell to Nigeria, even how to package, and it's a huge market. Those are some of the practical trainings that we're working on with ITC to bring, to facilitate. In any sense, we're just being relentless. We're doing all we can to ensure that the AFCFTA succeeds and that our businesses take advantage of the AFCFTA and intra-African trade grows. Even with the Auda Nepal, we also have other businesses that we support around border markets. We have a border markets initiative, as we have with the Auda Nepal is specifically for border posts to ensure efficient and seamless operations of border posts. For instance, between Nigeria and Cameroon, there is a border post we called Umfum Ekok. That border post, we are working on it just to ensure that we operationalize it. Around those border posts are border markets, and we're also working hard to ensure that we ensure that border markets are efficient to tackle the needs of SMEs, especially women. Today, sometime today, we'll launch our franchising strategy. A franchising strategy is another initiative the bank has introduced, essentially to also support SMEs. An Egyptian franchise can expect to have a franchisee in Ghana, Nigeria, anywhere it is, and Afreximbank will finance it. And that's the simplest way I can summarize what I'm trying to say. A franchise from South Africa can find exports can be supported to move to, ShopRite, for instance, Pick and Pay, to move to other African countries and a bank, and it is sector agnostic, to find support. Afreximbank will support it. The bank has consistently, ladies and gentlemen, the bank has consistently partnered with Egyptian businesses to help them to expand their African footprint. The focus on Africa, even before trade under the AFCFTA commenced, has yielded impressive results. Egypt is exercising leadership in promoting Egypt-Africa trade. Yesterday, the President Orama now announced how we have supported Egyptian companies, especially PC contracting companies, to facilitated their investments and projects in other African countries. He put a figure at $12 billion. 80% of that business is in Egypt to Africa. So the impressive growth demonstrates the increasingly strategic role Africa is occupying in Egypt's trade profile. Africa is the only region with which Egypt runs a trade surplus. I'm going to repeat that. I said, Africa is the only region with which Egypt runs a trade surplus, reaching on average $12 billion annually. This is despite the fact that the participation of Egypt in intra-African trade is actually low. You will agree with me that while intra-African trade is low, investments are even lower. Egypt's strong industrial base creates unique opportunities not only for trade but also for investments. At Afreximbank, we have a program which we call the Intra-African Trade Champions Program. The Intra-Champs supports large African corporates, especially with specialty services, to accelerate their trade and investment transactions across Africa. I already mentioned that Egypt benefits from that, and it's not just in EPC contracting, but in various sectors. The infrastructure market or the infrastructure need in Africa is about $60 billion. That's the market. Everybody else is taking advantage of that market. Everybody else outside of Africa is taking advantage of it. At the Intra-African Trade Fair in 2021, I mentioned that $42 billion of deals were closed. 15 billion was in our infrastructure. I'm just highlighting this just to highlight the opportunities that are out there. And so the bank has what we call a global facility for intra-African trade champions. Many of you qualify to be intra-African trade champions. We don't just give them financing, we help them win contracts. We facilitate. This year, if I have done how many 10 nations, for instance, 6 of them have been with intra-African trade champions: Malawi, Madagascar, Comoros, Guinea-Bissau, to expose them to opportunities in those countries who are looking to attract investments. We also have a guarantee program that we use to support de-risk investments. So we're not just taking up intra-African trade champions to the rest of Africa to win contracts. Of course, the Chinese model, and that's how they unleashed their enterprises on us, is to support them with financing, give flexible financing terms so that it's easier for, especially those that are for African countries, state governments, and to give them easier payment terms. That's what we do. So we provide investment guarantees as well to investors into industrial parks across Africa who want to invest in countries to de-risk their investments, to protect their investments, as much as we also provide financing. I'd already mentioned about Intra-African Engineer Procure. We call it the Intra-African Engineer Procure Construct Promotion Initiative. This is to unlock the market and promote broad-based participation in the large-scale African infrastructure projects, which ensure that African EPC contractors have the opportunity to tap into these continents, our continent's 60 billion infrastructure market, as I already mentioned. Recognize that one of the key constraints to the expansion of investments, especially infrastructure investments, is the lack of bankable projects. So in dealing with that problem, Afreximbank has launched what we call the Afreximbank Project Preparation Facility. This is to assist businesses like yours, governments as well, to prepare bankable investment-ready projects that were crowding private sector investments and financial institutions to bridge the infrastructure gap on the continent. I didn't talk about our Creative Africa Nexus, which is targeted at youth, part of the program that we have today. We also have, we are deeply and strongly supporting the creative industry in Africa. We're supporting film, music, fashion, arts and crafts. Some of the things we're doing is to, on the music sector, we started running a cookout, what we call a cookout masterclass, to teach African talents who are involved in that industry how to write music, how to write songs. We are collaborating with an award-winning songwriter in Hollywood, Vincent Berry, to do that. I say that, so that you can pass on the information even if they are not here. What then that means is that we then agreed with them, with Vincent Berry's group. In each master class, a song is produced. We have one now that we are going to place with Amplify Africa. Those music, once it's published, whoever uses the music, Beyonce, Davido, whoever, these songwriters who contributed the music will earn royalties. We're also working with the Azafami Foundation on a jewelry masterclass. Let me just, there are too many things to talk about, but I'll close anyway. Let me end by saying that the full potential of the AfCFTA will remain a mere vision if we do not take deliberate steps to promote trade, create structures, and trade facilitation measures to ensure the real gains for our beloved continent. This event is just one of the many we're embracing in facilitating that vision. At Afreximbank, we believe that promoting and facilitating trade and investment, and that we are making a contribution towards job creation and poverty alleviation. for the continent that has 70% of its population under 30 years of age. I would like to end with a Somali proverb which states, he who does not seize the opportunity today will be unable to seize tomorrow's opportunity. I like to say that opportunity has a shelf life. Therefore, I urge you all to take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you for listening to me.
One thing you can always be sure of is that Mrs. Kanayo Awani will always do a great job of updating us on the activities of the Afreximbank, especially as it relates to intra-Africa trade, which of course is why they are created. Please, another round of applause for her. And I hope you've been informed. Take advantage of the opportunity. As she mentioned, opportunities indeed have a shelf life. Just a few more announcements before I invite our next speaker, and then we will transit to our panel session. If you do require one of these devices for translations, please just signify, and the ushers will bring one to you. We have translations in French and Arabic, and of course, English. And then, of course, you might find on your tables some registration forms. Now, we didn't want to set up a desk outside, but please, we'll appreciate it if you can take a moment to fill out those forms, and just so that we can get all the information about you as you participate in this program. So thank you so much as you do that. And moving on now, without further ado, I'd like to now welcome to deliver his welcome address, the chairman of the Egyptian African Businessmen's Association. Please welcome Dr. Yusri El Shakawi as he shares a few comments as we proceed with the program. Please, can we continue to clap as he comes? Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية دعوني أشكر وأقدم شكري إلى مجلس إدارة الأفريكسمبانك، السيد بنديكت وفريق العمل، وأيضا أشكر البنك المركزي المصري، وأتقدم بالشكر للسيدة كينوي والسادة السفراء الأفارقة والزملاء في جلسة اليوم، والسادة الحضور، والسادة أعضاء مجلس إدارة وأعضاء الجمعية العمومية في جمعية رجال الأعمال المصريين الأفارقة. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أعبر عن مدى شكري وامتناني وسروري بهذا الحدث العظيم الذي استضافته العاصمة الإدارية الجديدة في جمهورية مصر العربية، لكي نبرهن للجميع أن ما حدث في جمهورية مصر العربية خلال الثمان سنوات السابقة هو نموذجا هاما جدا في التطوير والتنمية وعماد للاقتصاد لما تضمه مصر من مشروعات عملاقة تعد من أهم الدول الجاذبة للاستثمار الأجنبي في المرحلة الأخيرة وفقا للتقارير العالمية، سواء تقارير إقليمية أو قارية أو دولية. واسمحوا لي أن أتحدث اليوم معكم في عجالة عن عنوان موضوع اليوم، وكيف يمكن أن نروج وأن ندفع اتفاقية التجارة البينية الحرة الأفريقية في المرحلة ما بين الترويج والتفعيل. تعالوا نتحدث عن الفرص والتحديات والطموح، وكيف يمكن للقطاع الخاص المصري أن يقدم نموذجا نستطيع من خلاله العبور بأرقام ونسب التجارة البينية الأفريقية إلى أرقام مستهدفة بشكل فاعل وبشكل جيد. أتصور أن حتى عام 2017 كان حجم التجارة بينية بين دول أفريقيا لا يتخطى رقم 6%. الآن وربما الأمور نراها ونرصدها بشكل جيد كقطاع خاص، أن هناك حالة تحول لأرقام التجارة البينية الأفريقية، وهناك إقبال شديد ما بين دول القارة وأبناء القارة، وهناك تحول كبير جدا في الاهتمام بالتجارة البينية الأفريقية. ماذا يمكن أن تقدم مصر في ذلك كقطاع خاص؟ القطاع الخاص المصري قطاع خاص يتميز بالخبرة الطويلة في العناصر الأساسية للاقتصاد. القطاع الخاص المصري لديه خبرة في الزراعة والتصنيع الزراعي، خبرة في الصناعات الهندسية، وخبرة في الصناعات التعدينية والبترولية، وأيضا خبرات متعددة في تصنيع الملابس والأدوية ومواد البناء. الآن أتصور من وجهة نظري أن هناك تحديات لتفعيل وزيادة أرقام التجارة البينية الأفريقية. هذه التحديات منها ما هو تقليدي وتحدثنا عنه كثيرا في كافة المحافل والمؤتمرات، مثل النقل والطاقة والإنفاق على البنية التحتية. ودعوني أسمن ما قاله وذكره لكم السيد الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي رئيس جمهورية مصر العربية، الذي تحدث أمس وباختصار شديد وبلغة اقتصادية بحتة، وربط بين مفهوم المنظور الاقتصادي ومفهوم منظور الدولة في التنفيذ، وكيف يكون هناك قدرة وإتاحة ورغبة صادقة وملحة من الجهات التمويلية العالمية لكي نستطيع أن نعيد بناء البنية التحتية للقارة الأفريقية التي هي قادرة على قيادة العالم فيما يتعلق بملفات هامة مثل ملف الأمن الغذائي. ولعل ما حدث مؤخرا في العالم وما يشهده العالم من صراعات ما بين روسيا وأوكرانيا يؤكد لنا جميعا أن النظر إلى أفريقيا بات مختلفا. فالقارة التي تملك 60% من مساحة الأرض الصالحة للزراعة دون تدخل عنصر بشري جديرة بالاهتمام. القارة التي تملك 60% في سن الشباب من 1,300,000,000 قادرة على النهوض. هذه القارة الآن لديها فرص ولديها كثيرا من الفرص للقطاع الخاص. أتصور أن جمهورية مصر العربية تستورد من الذرة الصفراء لصناعة الأعلاف ما يقرب من 12 مليون طن من دول خارج حدود القارة الأفريقية. هل آن الأوان أن نضع أيدينا لنستورد الذرة الصفراء من بعض دول القارة وعلى رأسهم السنغال؟ هل آن الأوان أن نضع يدنا في يد الدول مثل نيجيريا لاستيراد القمح وزراعة القمح لصالح جمهورية مصر العربية؟ نعم، أعتقد أن هناك أمل قادم، وأعتقد أن جهات التمويل الممولة للقطاع الخاص تبحث عن كثيرا من هذه الفرص. نحن في جمعية رجال الأعمال المصريين الأفارقة، الجمعية التي أسست وولدت ونشأت عملاقة في عمق القارة الأفريقية لكي تخاطب القطاع الخاص في القارة ولكي تخلق مجتمعا للمال والأعمال في القارة قادر على النهوض، ولكي تجمع جيل الشباب في مجتمع المال والأعمال مع المرأة الأفريقية المتقدمة في مجال التجارة والاقتصاد والاستثمار مع الخبرات من رواد رجال الأعمال في عمق القارة. وكان لنا أن نكون في 3 سنوات لدينا الآن 18 مكتب تمثيل في 18 دولة داخل القارة، ونعمل من خلال 22 لجنة نوعية تخصصية تضم كافة أنواع ومحاور ومناحي الاستثمار والاقتصاد. لدينا لجان للتشييد والبناء، ولجنة للزراعة والتصدير والنقل واللوجستيات، وأيضا السياحة، وكذلك المشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة ومتناهية الصغر، وريادة الأعمال، والمرأة الأفريقية، والصحة العامة الأفريقية، وكذلك لجنة للتعليم والبحث العلمي والتدريب. وهنا أقول أنا الأوان أن نعيد صياغة الصورة الذهنية للقارة الأفريقية. هذا هو التحدي الغير تقليدي. التحدي الغير التقليدي أن الصورة الذهنية القابعة في عقل القارة الأفريقية ليست كما هي على الوضع الراهن الحالي. دعوني والتقدير لأكثر من دولة من دول القارة حققت معدلات نمو في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي العالمي. فأتصور أن التقارير العالمية صدرت وهي تحمل أن هناك 6 دول من دول القارة في أهم أفضل 10 دول في تحقيق الناتج المحلي الإجمالي العالمي، وهذا هو مؤشر جيد ومؤشر يدعي إلى الثقة والتفاؤل. لدينا في القطاع الخاص تحدي كبير، ونحمل على عاتقنا أعمال الفاعليات والترويج والتشبيك والنيتورك وتقديم الدراسات وتقديم المعلومات، ونتفق مع نظائرنا في القارة. فبالأمس القريب أول أمس تم توقيع اتفاقية وبروتوكول تعاون ما بين جمعية رجال الأعمال المصريين الأفارقة وبين المجلس الاقتصادي التطويري في موريشيوس. أيضا لجأنا اتفاقية مع الجمعية النيجيرية المصرية الذي يقودها في نيجيريا الحاج محمود أحمد، وهو واحد من أهم وأكبر رجال الأعمال في نيجيريا. ودعوني أحيي دولة نيجيريا وأشكر السيد السفير النيجيري والسيد الملحق التجاري النيجيري على ما قدموه لنا من مساعدات على مدار الساعة. دعوني أقدم الشكر والتحية والتقدير في كلمتي إلى السادة السفراء الأفارقة في جمهورية مصر العربية، السادة السفراء المصريين داخل عمق القارة الأفريقية. دعوني أشكر السيد الوزير سامح شكري على ما يقدمه في الدبلوماسية الرسمية من دعم للقطاع الخاص ورجال القطاع الخاص المصري للدخول في عمق القارة. لدينا شراكات مع نظائرنا، لدينا نشرات تصديرية دورية نفعلها بين دول القارة، ونحن هنا دعوني أتقدم إليكم بأننا ننتهج لغة جديدة هي لغة التجارة الإفريقية. نحن لا نسعى فقط كمجتمع قطاع خاص أن نحسن التعامل ونحسن العلاقات التجارية بين القطاع الخاص المصري والقطاع الخاص في دول القارة، وإنما نحن حريصين كل الحرص أن تكون العلاقات الإفريقية تجاريا جيدة. فقد كان لنا الحظ أن نفتتح أكثر من مؤتمر للقطاع الخاص خارج جمهورية مصر العربية دعما للتجارة البينية الإفريقية، سواء في بعض المشروعات أو في بعض المنتجات أو في بعض الخدمات، وكان آخرها مؤتمرا للسياحة العلاجية في تونس، وكان لنا شرف رعايته وافتتاحه. دعوني قبل أن أنهي كلمتي أن أذكر لكم في هذه الكلمة الافتتاحية توصياتي، والتوصيات أخذت من أكثر من 80 ويبينار. نحن نتواصل مع القارة 80% من تواصلنا أونلاين حتى نصل إلى عمق القارة. ففي 3 سنوات عرف اسم الجمعية وشعار الجمعية أكثر من 7.7 مليون مواطن في أرض القارة الأفريقية. وهنا أضع توصياتي. نوصي بالتعاون بشأن تطوير المناطق الخاصة بالتعليم التطبيقي التكنوسايز بارك، وعمل عملية الربط ما بين القطاع الخاص المصري ومؤسسات التعليم في القارة الأفريقية حتى نمتلك جزءا من النو-هاو، وهي واحدة من أهم التحديات في القارة الأفريقية، ولن يأتي العمل فيها إلا بالبحث العلمي التطبيقي. نشر التكنوسايز بارك في عمق القارة. 2. نعمل جميعا وجاهدين وندعو كافة الجهات الشقيقة والنظيرة والجهات الحكومية وجهات التمويل على التعاون معنا في استكمال مشروع بنك المعلومات الاستثماري الإلكتروني للقارة الأفريقية، الذي سوف يحمل كافة المعلومات للمشروعات التجارية والاستثمارية وسوق العمل في القارة الأفريقية والموارد. 3. البحث عن تدشين شراكات قطاع خاص لإقامة العديد من المناطق اللوجستية المتوسطة الحجم داخل عمق القارة. فنحن نثق تماما أنه لا سبيل إلى العبور في التجارة البينية الأفريقية إلا بإقامة العديد من المناطق اللوجستية لحل مشاكل الترويج وتوفير البضائع على أرض القارة. 4. الحديث عن إعادة استغلال ودراسة استغلال كافة الموارد الطبيعية للزراعة في عمق القارة للبدء الفوري في إدخال القطاع الخاص في زراعة الذرة الصفراء والقمح وبعض المحاصيل الأساسية في المؤثرة في السلع الأساسية ال12، ومنها مشاريع أيضا الإنتاج الحيواني لتأمين الأمن الغذائي لأبناء القارة والاستفادة من شح الغذاء في العالم لتحويل القارة من جثة هامدة متلقية للغذاء إلى قارة مصدرة للغذاء لجميع أنحاء العالم. 4. التوسع في جذب وتنوع وتبادل التعليم الطلابي سواء على مستوى القطاع الخاص أو الجامعات الخاصة والتعليم الأهلي، وهذا جزء أيضا من الاستثمار الأجنبي المتنوع والبيني داخل القارة الأفريقية، حتى نستطيع أيضا أن نفعل شيئا في الوصول إلى النو-هاو. ونوصي بإدخال بعض العلوم الحديثة مثل التكنولوجي ترانسفير أجريمنت، وكيف يمكن الشراكة مع بعض الشركاء في العالم الآخر حتى نستطيع نقل التكنولوجيا للقارة الأفريقية. لدينا تحديات ولكن لدينا طموحات. الأمور بالفعل الآن السياسات النقدية والتشديد النقدي العالمي يواجه تحدي شديد وفقا لما يحدث نراه كل يوم، ونحن في القطاع الخاص متأثرون، لكننا نثق أننا قادرون على العبور بإذن الله بالتجارة البينية الأفريقية الحرة الأفريقية. لسنا نحن فقط، نحن قناة من قنوات الدبلوماسية الشعبية، وهناك الدبلوماسية الرسمية والدبلوماسية الرئاسية وقطاعات التمويل والشركاء الاستراتيجيين، كلنا نعمل من أجل صالح القارة الأفريقية، وجاء دورنا جميعا أن نثق في أنفسنا ونثق في قدرات القارة ونثق في تعزيز الشراكة وتعزيز القدرات التشاركية في القارة. الآن أنا فخور بأنني إفريقي، فخور بأنني أقف مع أعمار ما بين ال 25 إلى 30 عام متقدمين في كافة أنحاء العالم من قارة أفريقيا. دعوني أحيي كل من يساهم في صناعة الأمل في وجوه شباب وأطفال أفريقيا. دعوني أحيي في هذا المحفل العظيم كل من يساهم في تقليل أرقام الجوع في أفريقيا. دعوني أحيي لجان الطاقة والعاملين في مجال الطاقة، سواء الطاقة الشمسية أو الطاقة الغير تقليدية أو الطاقة التقليدية، حتى نستطيع أن يعني نمحو الظلام من ليل أفريقيا الدامس. آن الأوان أن نضع يدنا في يدنا البعض كأفارقة حتى نستطيع أن نواجه التحديات العالمية. أنتم تعلمون أننا على مشارف مصر سوف تستضيف واحدا من أهم المؤتمرات، وهو مؤتمر التغيرات المناخية، وأيضا هو نسخته الهامة جدا النسخة 27 في شرم الشيخ. نتمنى أن نكون كقطاع خاص فاعل في هذه المعادلة وفي تفعيل الاقتصاد الأخضر وفي تفعيل متطلبات الاقتصاد البيئي حتى نستطيع أن ندخل المرحلة القادمة من حيث انتهى الآخرون. أملي كبير في أفريقيا وفي القطاع الخاص الأفريقي حتى نستطيع جميعا أن نحقق معا ما لم يتم تحقيقه على مدار 60 عاما مضت. أنا الآن الأوان لكي نحقق تجارة بينية، ليس فقط تحقيق وإنما تحقيق مستدام. ودعوني أقف عند كلمة مستدام، فالعلاقات الإفريقية أصبح ولا بد وحتما أن تكون علاقات مستدامة. شكرا لكم جزيلا على حسن الاستماع، وألقاكم على خير.
Thank you very much, Dr. El Shakawi, for that address. And I think it has set the scene very nicely for our transition now to a panel session. And I would now very quickly invite to the stage the panelists for this session. And just so you know, you will also have an opportunity to chime in and speak to the panelists and share your perspective on this very important topic of promoting Egypt-Africa trade within the context of the AFCFTA. And I begin by inviting to the stage Engineer Abir Lehita, who is the CEO of Egyptrans and head of the Egypt-Africa Businessmen's Association's Women's Committee. Please, a round of applause for her as she steps forward. Thank you very much. We also have Engineer Hussein Fuad El Ghazawi, who is the head of the Energy Committee, also of the association. Please, a round of applause for him. We have Mr. Kamer El Bakuki, who is the managing partner of Afrigate LLC, and also the vice head of the EABA Export Committee. A round of applause for him as well. Thank you very much. We have Ms. Cynthia Nabise Esonam, who is the Senior Advisor, Private Sector Engagement at the AFCFTA Secretariat. I think we can do better than that. Please, can we put our hands together for our panelists? Thank you so much. We have Mr. Kabiru Rabiu, who is the Group Executive Director at the Boa Group, all way over there in Nigeria. And last but certainly not least, we have Ayman El Zogbi, who is the Head Trade and Corporate Finance at the Intra-Africa Trade Initiative of the Afreximbank. So there you have it. That is your panel. And I would begin by just asking a couple of questions, maybe first going to Engineer Lehita. Now I understand that you are involved in the transport and logistic space, and you know that very well. So as a leading transport and logistics provider, your perspective on the opportunities that you see in the transport and logistics sector. So let's start with that. In the context of the AFCFTA, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very, very happy to be here with you today. I think that the opportunities really spring from the gaps that exist. Right now, only 18% of exports by African countries are to other African countries. And that represents maybe less than a quarter of what is being exported outside of the continent. At the same time, most of these exports are primary commodities, representing about 70%. So it's quite low on the value chain. There is a lot of added value that can take place. And the other really major gap is that transporting goods within Africa can be 3 to 4 times as costly as transport costs in other parts of the world. So I think that the AFCFTA has a huge potential to impact these gaps. The purpose is to reduce trade costs and enable Africa not just to trade internally, but also to integrate more with global supply chains through eliminating 90% of tariffs, but also, more importantly, focusing on non-tariff barriers to trade. To make it very brief, I would qualify the opportunities and the actions that need to be taken in 4 main areas. The first one is policy and regulations. The second one is digitalization, infrastructure, and private sector collaboration, connection between all of the different players on the continent and outside of it. The first, I think, where we're talking about policy and regulations, the most important thing is to do away with non-tariff barriers. This includes bureaucracy, corruption, shoddy infrastructure, red tape, the gaps in regulations and legal frameworks between all of the various countries. Then in terms of infrastructure, I think really what's taking the most focus right now is road and rail. There's a huge effort towards growing an intra-continental railway network, and with a lot of financial backing happening from China. So I think that we also need to think about how to do a lot of that financing within the continent. And because rail is climate friendly and it's also the lowest in terms of cost. At the same time, I think that we have a huge gap in terms of sea freight and air freight, and these are really some of the big challenges that are holding back the amount of trade that can happen between countries in the continent. But the AFCFTA should contribute to double sea freight and double the air freight.
I'm so sorry to interject, but the point you're making about doubling, so who would make that investment? How do you see that doubling happening in a realistic way?
I think that it cannot happen by any one party. There needs to be government support. There also needs to be initiative from the private sector. There needs to be financing. It has to be really a multifaceted strategy to make it successful. In terms of digitalization, digital solutions in transport and logistics are really key. We need to invest in systems. We need to improve the effectiveness of ports and customs in a big way. And we need to have policies to improve the connectivity, ICT, across the different countries and grow e-commerce. And I think what many people don't realize is that there's also just a huge opportunity in terms of investing in startups in the transport and logistics industry. It's shocking to me that in this space in Africa, we only have 400 startups, whereas there are so many opportunities, so much need, and the focus so far has been on last mile more than anything else, and ride sharing, whereas we can do so much more. And finally, in terms of collective action, I really think that small and big players across the continent need to connect with each other and form partnerships to provide cross-border solutions. I'm talking in terms of logistics players, freight forwarding companies, shipping companies. All of these different entities really need to work together. And that's why I'm very happy with this type of event and with what IABA is currently doing to connect the Egyptian private sector with private sector across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And no doubt it's important that we connect with IABA to get a perspective on what is possible, especially partnering with Egyptian companies. Mr. Ghazawi, I would like to come to you now, and if you can just share your perspective on the energy space, because I understand that you're an energy and industry executive. And the Ukraine crisis obviously is showing the vulnerability of Africa to external shocks. And I want to hear from you how you think the continent can prepare itself better and get more energy independent, and so that these recurrent energy challenges are not as pronounced for the continent, especially in the context of the African Common Free Trade Area Agreement.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you guys today, and thank you for your questions. Before I start, yes, we are vulnerable. If we are exporting 70% of Africa export is a raw material, and we have a trade deficit, yes, we'll be vulnerable for any crisis, even if it's thousands of miles away. Just before I talk about the long-term solution, I'd like just to share some numbers. I'm sure you guys are aware of it, but it's important to understand the issue as far as the energy concern in Africa. We're talking about Africa is a home for about 17% of the total world population. However, we only account for 4% of the global power investment, and Africa only have 3% of the total worldwide electricity. It's a very shocking numbers. And when we see the issue with the electricity, where we have 580 million Africans without electricity, and we know all this, how shocking these numbers. If we take Sub-Sahara, exclude South Africa, there is about 1 billion people lives in that area. The electricity available to these people equivalent to what Germany produce for 83 million people. So 1 billion people have the same electricity capacity or production of 83 million. Obviously impacting the living standard, impacting the development, impacting the industry. Oil. Africa produce about for oil and gas, Africa produce 7% of the total worldwide production. If we take oil as an example, we produce 6.8 million barrels. We have a need of 4. But if you look at the refinery capacity of the country, of the continent, it's about 2 million barrels. So we export oil and pay 5 times or 6 times more of the same oil as a refined product because of the lack of the refinery capacity. Let's go to the energy mix or the electricity energy mix in Africa. As far as oil, 8%, gas 39%. That's actually not bad because compared to other continents, actually gas is less polluted or less CO2 emission compared to oil. and gas will be essential for the energy transition. People need to understand that it's not going to be switched, you turn on and off as far as energy transition concerns. So we still need gas. 28% coming from coal, and that's mainly in South Africa. Very disappointing figure when it comes to the rest. 17% coming from the hydropower. It's about 37 gigawatt, not yet significant to the potential of Africa as far as hydropower, presents 3.3% of the worldwide production of the hydropower. And if you compare entire Africa, it will be equivalent to Norway, which is a country in North Europe, producing the same hydropower as entire Africa produce. And sad story with the renewable, whether it's solar, wind, biomass, geothermal, only 5%. And if I take an example of the renewable, Africa produces of the renewable 42 terawatt hour in 2020, while Europe, which doesn't have sun compared to what we have in Africa, about 921. So it's almost 22 times more than us. I spoke enough about numbers, but I just want to highlight the issue of the energy, because we will not progress without having affordable, sustainable supplies of energy. So you asked me about the long-term solution. Long-term solutions, definitely, we have availability of solar and winds in Africa. We need to accelerate the renewable. Solar in particular, the price of the technology dropped significantly since the last decade. We need to have more solar. Number two, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can start from other ended with the green hydrogen. Actually, Africa is rich with platinum, which is essential for electrolysis, to manufacture electrolysis, so that will help us in the green hydrogen. Also, we have the rare earth metals. Africa's rich of that, and let's stop exporting raw material. Let's learn. We've been doing that for many decades. Let's stop that, and with the rare earth metal, which we are rich with, like cobalt, lithium, and nickel, and others, which are essential in the manufacture of, for the energy storage, because you need that for the battery. For the energy storage, you will have the energy from the renewable, whether solar or wind, and you need to store it, so that will be essential. Last but not least, gas to power. We had a lot of discoveries of gas in North Africa and Egypt in the recent year, and I was gifted to be involved in Zohr the development. There is other discovery in East Africa, Mozambique, Tanzania, West Africa, Senegal, Mauritania. We need to leverage from this gas to power initiative. We cannot allow to continue with this 580 million. And by the way, that presents 75% of the total global population have no access to electricity. We need to scratch our own back. We need to, how the FTA can help. Definitely, there is a lot. I don't want to keep importing solar panel from outside Africa. We have the raw material. Let's start with made in Africa product. Let's start with made in Africa solar panel. Being involved in Zohr, which is a mega gas field in North Africa, there is a lot of experience we can share with Africa. Just for your information, from the time the gas was discovered in August 2018 to the first gas December 2017, that's 28 months. Never happened in any project worldwide. Africa should be proud of that, and we need to replicate that in Mozambique. We need to replicate that in Tanzania, Mauritania, Senegal. So we have a lot to do under the umbrella of AFCFTA and have this made in Africa product, and we need to change the mindset. We need to buy our product. For the consumer, I hate when I go to the shop and somebody tells me it's an imported product. No, I want a homemade product. What is the technology in a toothpaste made in Europe or a toothpaste made in Egypt? We want to change the mindset, but also we want to change the mindset of the manufacturer. It has to be quality products.
Right.
We don't, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it deserves a round of applause. I mean, the passion is palpable, the opportunity is there, and he obviously wants us to exploit that opportunity. I'd like to now go to the Secretariat, if I can invite Cynthia to share a few thoughts on this. So Cynthia, you are the Secretariat. You perhaps should be more excited than anyone about the potential of the AFCFTA. So how can we position the African private sector as a whole, which is represented largely by those in this room, to take full advantage of that agreement and trade area?
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure and an honor to be taking part in this conversation, which is that we have been having for the past 2 days, and which talks about the integration of our continent with the implementation of the AFCFTA. I think one of the reasons why we think that the AFCFTA is potentially a game changer for the African continent is obviously the impact, the transformative impact that it can have on on the African economic development, and obviously if it is well implemented. And I recall that yesterday in the keynote speech by His Excellency the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, he said something which is very interesting. He said that this trade agreement should not be just considered as a trade agreement, but it should be looked at as a developmental tool, excuse me, a developmental tool. It should be looked at as a tool for industrialization for our continent. We need to use it to industrialize our continent. We need to use it to develop our value chains. We need to use it to establish our supply chains network. And I think the figures are there. We say on the continent, we trade, I think, between 15 to 18% at best. And so we need to produce more. If we want to trade more, we need to produce more. We need to make sure that we produce what we consume. I will just give another figure, which is just outstanding, but at the same time shocking. When we take the whole continent, that's 55 countries, today we contribute to the global economy, I think, to less than 3%. That's 55 countries altogether. But we take a country like Singapore, which I think in the years 1950, 1960s had the same level of economic development as some of the African nations. But today Singapore, a small country which has pretty much no natural resources, but today Singapore contributes to 6% or a bit more than 6% to the global economy. And we, 55 of us, we contribute to 2% or 3% at most. So this shows that there is work that needs to be done. And as they say, I think there is a saying that says that to great ills, we need great remedies. Because we have a lot of catching up to do. And we all here agree that it is the time to change this story in which we are. And so when we look at the AFCFTA agreement today, I think from the private sector strategy, we need to just look at three objectives. We just need to focus, and what we want to attain is that we want increased trade flows on the continent. We want increased or improved value chains. We want increased investments in the supply chains, increase investment in the value chains. And I will come back on the value chains very soon. And of course, the private sector is key. I think in other countries, this type of trade agreement will be negotiated directly with the private sector. But here on this continent, we have the agreement which is established. Yes, it's negotiated by the public sector. It's the ministers that sits and actually discuss the protocols and negotiate it. It's negotiated between the member states. But we need to find out, to identify how we can bring in the private sector throughout the process. From the throughout the process, from the designing, the negotiation of the protocols, till the implementation, and as we move forward. So the private sector is very key. And I think that today, when we talk about the private sector, it's the drive. The private sector needs to become the driver of the AFCFTA. And the architecture is already there. And I always say the private sector, we do not need to tell the private sector what it has to do, because the private sector already identifies the opportunities.
I hear you when you say that, but yeah. I'm sure for many in the private sector, continental trade may be a new concept. Some are so focused on their local economies that yes. they haven't gone out there. So perhaps you may need to show them the incentive yes. and show them the way as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think what we have tried to do with the AFCFTA's agreement at the moment, which covers a wide range of areas, because we have this agreement which covers trade in goods, which is the core of the AFCFTA agreement. We have trade in services, where we are looking at liberalization of financial services, liberalization of telecommunications, of tourism, construction sectors, etc. We have also a protocol on trade facilitation and transit. I think somebody mentioned the bottleneck that we have when we are actually crossing our goods, moving our goods across the borders. So it's important that we actually reduce the barriers at the borders, make sure that our goods and our people move comfortably across the continent. We have also within the agreement supporting pillars, and those supporting pillars looks at protocol, for instance, on investment. And I know that for the private sector, one of the main barriers that we have had and which has hindered cross-border trade, intra-Africa trade, and the competitiveness of the private sector is the fact that we are faced with different regulatory regimes. So you move from one country to another country. In terms of customs procedures, it's a different system. In terms of investment codes, it's a different regime. We talk about rules of origins, which are different in different countries. Right. So today, the AFCFTA is coming up with a single rule book that will actually govern trade and investment on the continent. And as we speak today, it has been ratified by 43 countries on the continent. And in terms of rules of origin, I think His Excellency mentioned that yesterday, we have agreed, or the member states that have ratified the agreement have agreed convergence on 88% of the rules of origins. It means today, for a trader or manufacturer who would like to actually produce a goods in Kenya or and move on and expand to another country, it's the same rules of agreement rules of origins that will apply to that product. So this is remarkable. And when we're talking about 88.7% of rules of origin, we are actually looking at more than 5,000 products that we are actually trading. Right. So today, on 5,000 tariff lines, we can actually start trading under the AFCFTA. So this is with regards to trading goods. But what I was trying to say also with regard to the framework is that because we have a single rule book, it means that from the private sector perspective, we are talking about transparency, we are talking about predictability of the regulatory environment. how can we position the private sector? I was saying just now that the private sector for me is usually 10 steps ahead of us. Private sector runs fast. With or without the AFCFTA today, the private sector will continue to deliver, to trade. But today we have this opportunity that we need to seize. And so we would like to be able to engage with the private sector. So at the Secretariat, we are looking at establishing a platform within the Secretariat which will actually bring all the various actors, from the manufacturers to the traders to the logistics, to actually look at practical solutions to address these issues that we have been talking about. Because today we need to be practical and we need to be aggressive, right, so that we can change the story. In terms of value chains, and I was happy to listen to the key sectors that was mentioned as a potential for Egypt. We have identified at the Secretariat 4 value chains for focused intervention. And these value chains have been identified because we think that there is, first of all, a demand on the continent, and there is also the existing capacity that can be increased. The value chains are automotive sectors, and I know Egypt is also well positioned for that. We have the value chain on transport and logistics, value chains on agriculture and agribusiness, and also in pharmaceuticals. And the study has shown that if we have focused intervention on these 4 value chains, we will be able to create more than 700,000 jobs. We will be able to add to pretty much $5 billion in terms of value intra-trade. That is double what we are doing now. And in terms of production, we will be able to add more than $11 billion. So it is important that we work with the private sector to see how we can intervene directly in those value chains. Pharmaceuticals, we import 16 billion worth of pharmaceuticals from India. And today, Egypt has said that this is a sector in which they can actually increase the capacity so that we can produce generic drugs and trade across the continent. Similarly, when we look at the automotive sector, we have a deficit of 4 million vehicles. We import 4 million, we produce 1 million, and we import 4 millions. And this is just shared between, I think, South Africa and Morocco. So there is opportunity there for the private sector to actually engage in the automotive sector to develop that value chain. And there we are talking about 30,000 components that go in manufacturing one specific vehicle. This is also opportunity for the SMEs. This is also opportunities for us really to move up the ladder in terms of on that particular sector.
Right.
Yes,
I can imagine you have quite a bit to say.
Yes.
But if you can just round it up for us so that we can get to the other panelists. Thank you.
Sure. I just, maybe to wind up, I wanted to say that just now my predecessors mentioned the change of mindset. And I will just give you an anecdote. In 2018, I participated in the first IATF here, and I was very surprised personally to see the potential in terms of manufacturing in Egypt, to see how I didn't know that Egypt actually had a very big industry in terms of manufacturing kitchen appliances, because I am also an entrepreneur who also have a restaurant, and I used to import my kitchen appliances from China. So I came in and I collected all these business cards, and I went back home very excited with my partner, and I said, these are now on the continent. We will be able to now import kitchen appliances from Egypt. Then the first action was to say, okay, let's start getting into contact and seeing how we can do that. I get into contact with my freight forwarders to say, how can we now ship? If we import from Egypt, how can we bring it to Lomé, where I come from? the first reaction was, it's going to be complicated. It's going to be complicated. It will take us longer than if it will take you if you bring from China. And then that's where the story stopped. So from my excitement, I actually didn't push forward because my freight forwarder said to me, it will be complicated. So it's a matter of changing our mindset and saying, let's make it happen. Let's start by by making some trade happen, even if at the beginning it doesn't make commercial sense or it doesn't make financial sense, because that's how we will find the problems and make sure that we adjust. Because otherwise we will continue talking, but we will never actually start trading and actually never consuming what is made in Africa. So I just wanted to leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have the privilege of having an entrepreneur at the Secretariat who is testing these things. So we hopefully, as they test it, we all figure it out and it works for everyone. Thank you so much for that. I'd like to go to Mr. Bakoki now and get your perspective on coming back to Egypt now. So incredible opportunity I see here in this country. As I mentioned earlier, it seems everything is big in New Cairo. What trade and investment opportunities would you like to see Egypt as a country, I'm sure many are in the room right now, explore with the rest of Africa? What are the opportunities you're seeing?
First of all, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Afreximbank, for giving us this opportunity to be here, to meet all these lovely people. And I hope that at the end of this session, to know all the people in this hall. First, I will start to promote Egypt as a part of Africa and a gate to Africa. Egypt has been always the best location between the three continents, Asia, Africa, and Europe. And it has also been promoting trade since the pharaohs. It's also the location gives us the chance to be within Africa or any place in Africa between 2 and 15 days if there are direct lines. We have also a very strong infrastructure for highways, roads, seaports, airports. We have a very big percentage of young population, which is a very good motive to start a lot of new things. So we have human capital to serve all these. We have also multilateral treaties with about over 70 countries worldwide. So if you have a product which is made in Egypt, it can be facilitated to different countries all over in Europe, South America, Arab countries. We have also got something which is very unique and very old, Al-Azhar. Al-Azhar, it's one of the oldest universities in the world. And I think Mr. Aliko Dangote, who was the richest man in Africa, was graduated from there. So the education system has been since long time there also. We have also many free zones and many industry zones. And actually the trade in the 20th century started with Al Nasr for export-import company. It started during the 60s, but now they're trying to revitalize it and to, because it has a lot of warehouses around Africa. We have also got expertise in different sectors like education, health, medicine, pharmaceutical, media and film industry, shipping and logistics, tourism, and all different. From all these things, I think that Egypt can be a hub for Africa to be an education and know-how transfer for all African neighboring countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Useful insight there. And if I can just take a quick trip to Nigeria now as we speak to Mr. Rabiu. You are in a diversified conglomerate, and obviously you are in the food business as well. And I think we're in an era where there's so much conversation about self-sufficiency. So from energy to healthcare, of course, with the pandemic, and then, of course, food is perhaps more important than everything. So what opportunities do you see this Common Free Trade Area opening up for conglomerates like yourself? And how do you, what type of support is required for you to really exploit that?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, and good morning, everyone. So I think for me, really, we need to begin to see Africa not as a continent, but more like a country. Why? Because Africa, trades only 15 to 18% within ourselves, which is the least, in the world in terms of the continent's, intracontinental trade. And the Ghanaian president, I just came from Abidjan for Africa CEO Forum. He put it beautifully that it's not by accident that the continent that trades least within itself is the poorest in the world. Asia today, trades 70% among them. Sorry, Europe trades 70% among themselves. Asia trades 60% amongst themselves. We do only 15%. Why? Because we export raw materials and import, finished products. So, for example, if you look at Egypt today, Egypt is the largest importer of wheat in the world. Last year, Egypt imported 12 million tons of wheat, mostly from Black Sea and the Americas. Yet we know that Ethiopia has the competence to produce wheat. They did 3.6 million tons last year. We know Kenya could be competitive. We know Sudan could be competitive, as well as South Africa. But we are not looking inward. For example, Mali, Burkina Faso, and some other African countries, including Egypt, are the top producers of cotton in the world. Nigeria today imports $4 billion worth of textile and garments, while some of the biggest cotton exporters, are from Africa. And when you export $100 worth of cotton, you import $1,000 worth of textile. So basically what we're doing, we're just exporting raw materials and importing finished products without really looking at what could be done within, the continent to be able to add value. But what is important for me and critical is how could we be self-sufficient in at least the basic human needs? For example, food. Yeah. How can we be able to at least feed ourselves? We always say that 60% of the world's arable land is in Africa. We know we have the water, we know we have the right climate that is conducive for production of foods. But why do we continue to import 70 to 80% of our food? Last year we spent over $40 billion importing food that we can grow on the continent. So the issue is, really, we are so fragmented as a continent. If you look at agriculture and food production, you need certain inputs, like fertilization, like inputs, like mechanization and irrigation infrastructure. Central African Republic last year in 2018, used 0.4 kg per hectare of fertilizer. Niger used 0.6 kg. In comparison, India used 175 kg of fertilizer per hectare. Thailand used about 120 kg. The world average is about 100. China used almost 400 kg per hectare, yet some of the African countries are using less than a kg. But we still know that Morocco holds 75% of the world's reserve of phosphate, which is the main ingredient in fertilizer production. Most of it goes somewhere, and then we import finished, fertilizers. Nigeria is becoming one of the leading ammonia and urea, fertilizers in the world, manufacturers in the world. Yet we import fertilizers from Ukraine and, Russia, and when now they have crisis, we are, panicking because we don't have inputs for our production. So we need to begin to see, how can I bring phosphates from Morocco and maybe urea from Nigeria to make NPK in Egypt or in Uganda, and so on and so forth. Okay? But I think the issues are not the problems or the solutions. We've been discussing forever that these are the problems and these are the solutions. I think the challenge is not being able to come with concrete plans, on how we are going to be able to resolve these issues. I mean, we always go to these forums and have all these discussions. But, the moment we all leave, and that is the end of the conversation, I think with CFTA now, we have a golden opportunity. And that's why when people say it's a, game changer, I totally agree. But it's not going to happen by accident. So because we have CFTA does not mean things are just going to happen. They will not. We need to have concretized, actionable steps to be taken in consultation with private sector. Because FTA, if it's only government, it's not going to happen.
But sorry to chime in, butt in there, but on that point, and I like the point, those steps that you think are so important, maybe you can speak to a couple in relation to the food sector.
So I will. And what I think should happen is that the FCTA needs to engage private sector. And the way to do it is simple. We have 5 or 6 regional trading blocks in Africa. So we have the SADC, we have the ECOWAS, we have COMESA, and the rest. We need to bring private sector champions, maybe 5 from each of the trading bloc, to come to a table and come up with a blueprint on how does Africa at least be able to feed themselves. We are in production of food in Nigeria, so we have a lot of food production and food processing. We're developing 20,000 hectares, but I know that so many countries in Africa actually have the opportunity or the ability to be able to have this expanse of land and production. And I'm happy to go and make this investment in other parts of Africa, but I need to know how or where. There's no central platform that can pinpoint what is really needed. So I think at this juncture, I challenge us today in this room, at this hall, and I was discussing with Cynthia earlier, for us to agree, next steps, because it's very, very important. We need to sit down, the private sector and the CFTA and the government, to come up with a blueprint on how Africa should be able to feed herself. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So hopefully the challenge is being taken by everyone in the room. I'll be coming to the audience shortly to get some questions and comments. But before that, we'd like to hear from the DFI in the room, Afreximbank. And Eamon, if you can speak to this. So DFIs obviously have been involved in industrialization efforts across the world and indeed on the African continent. So speaking specifically about the AFCFTA, what type of support can we anticipate from the Afreximbank?
Oh, so much indeed. We're doing so much and we continue to do so much. But let me first start and talk about multilateral institutions in general and the role they can play in promoting regional integration, intra-African trade, and especially under the AFCFTA. You see, as we realize the importance that importance of the role that multilateral institutions play every day with the COVID crisis and now with the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. It brought us really to realize more and more the importance of multilateral institutions and the importance of regional integration. While multilateral institutions across the world play an important role in streamlining trade agreements or in bringing countries together, multilateralism in Africa is a must for economic growth. It is argued that many African countries can realize economic growth and sustain such economic growth only through...
Sorry, do you mind speaking directly into the microphone a little bit? So I think some people are struggling.
Is that okay now? Oh.
Much better. Thank you.
So really, multilateral institutions are important to Africa. And we realize that role at Afreximbank, and we hold it really dear to our hearts to push this agenda forward. Multilaterals can bring African governments together to discuss business, to discuss policies, to discuss regulations, and help promote regional integration. They can bring African private sector together, African companies, to discuss again trade and agreements and discuss business and grow their footprint across Africa. Multilateral institutions can provide trade intelligence information. Our sister Cynthia from the Secretariat was talking about that she didn't know that Egypt was producing so much, and it's the case in so many industries, and it's the case with so many countries. Sure. So someone has to bridge this gap in market information. This is by far the largest bottleneck to intra-African trade and region integration, the lack of market information. So if we are able to bridge this market information, if we are able to bring Africans together to discuss trade, and if opportunities are there, the infrastructure will follow. If there are a lot of trade happening between Cairo and Lomé, infrastructure will follow. There will be shipping lines to service this trade. There will be ports to service this trade. There will be air carriers to service this trade. So it's really the role of multilateral institutions to bridge the trade information gap. Also, trade multilaterals can play policy advocacy roles to bring African governments together to harmonize standards, to discuss policies around borders, to discuss policies for industrialization, and that's also we're doing so much at Afreximbank. Streamlining cross-border projects. There are many projects that are cross-border and they do not happen because there's no one taking it by hand and leading the discussions among African countries. Again, doing studies to cover certain gaps in certain industries and certain markets across Africa. Somebody needs to play that role and prepare those studies and make them available to private sector players and policymakers and decision makers to change this. And it's again the multilateral institutions like Afreximbank will do so. Formulating and streamlining the implementation of trade agreements. We now have the AFCFTA. But having the AFCFTA in place is one thing, and fully implementing it is another thing. Yeah. So it's really, again, a multilateral institution that will have to play this role. And guess who's doing that for the AFCFTA? It's Afreximbank. We are in the heart of the implementation of the AFCFTA agreement, and we're doing a lot in this regard. So really, the DFI's role for Africa specifically and multilateral institutions is key for that. And if you give me the opportunity to talk about what we have done in Egypt, for example, and how we have helped Egypt businesses to grow their footprint across Africa, to see the importance of our programs and financing initiatives. So over the past 6 years, we've been working very closely with Egypt as we believe in the pivotal role and the leading role that Egypt can play in developing regional integration in Africa. And we also have seen over the past few years the political will that Egypt has to grow its footprint and to grow its and go back to their roots in Africa and grow business and grow investments there. So coupling those two things together, we've been able to do a lot. And let me tell you that, let me give you some examples and some numbers. Today, as we speak, the portfolio, the financing portfolio for Egypt represents around 25% of the total portfolio of the bank, which is a huge number, given that we cover 51 African countries. Not so long ago, we've done an Egypt-Africa trade promotion program for $500 million, which was fully utilized and implemented. You've heard our Executive Vice President for Intra-African Trade talking about the twinning services that we do to help African companies win contracts across Africa. We've been able, over the past 6 years, we've been able to do, to help twinning of contracts worth of $12 billion and $6 or $7 billion for that. Among that were for Egyptian companies. She also talked about the global facility for intra-African trade champions. We've been able also to do financing under this program of over $5 billion and around $3 billion of that was for Egyptian companies. And intra-African trade champions we call, which are companies that has a track record, the expertise in doing cross-border business and has been able to do business outside of their countries in multiple jurisdictions in Africa. So we're really determined to support the Egyptian government and to support the Egyptian private sector to grow across Africa. And let me give you examples again of that determination and that commitment. We supported the Swedish Arab contractors in building the Rufiji Dam in Tanzania, which was by far the largest infrastructure project that was done solely by Africans. When we were developing this transaction, we received so many signals from certain parts of the world trying to put us down not to support this transaction. But we've said no, we've done our analysis, we've done our due diligence, and we've committed to it and went ahead and we finalized it. And also while we're supporting Egyptian companies to win contracts in a Western African country, we also received, our senior management received a message from their leadership that we should direct our financing to support another European company which was providing a more competitive offer than the one provided by an Egyptian construction company. And again, our message was no, we will support Egypt. Egypt is a member country of the bank. Our mission is to support intra-African trade and intra-African investment, and we will continue supporting the Egyptian company. And that's where we developed an initiative for supporting African EPCs that our executive vice president talked about again. This were how it was initiated, how to see how we can make African construction companies more competitive and how we can help them win contracts and compete with other international players. It's not that we will not, or we do not want to deal with international companies, but we want the African companies to have a larger share in winning African contracts. We're really doing a lot of support. For example, working with financial institutions in Egypt. We financed so far 3 Egyptian banks to help them grow subsidiaries and investments in other African countries. We've supported trade business. Not only we do infrastructure and we do construction business, but also we support trade business through mediating between Egyptian banks and other African banks to help for the transaction to happen. We provide investment guarantees, we provide investment financing, and we've done so much in that respect with Egyptian companies. For export trading companies, we have a very robust strategy for export trading companies. And currently in Egypt, we're working with an Egyptian companies to help to become an export trading company. We support the emergence of export trading companies given the pivotal role they play in facilitating intra-African trade. Because many producers cannot or don't have the expertise or the capacity to export on their own. So export trading companies play this mediator role to bring commodities produced from different producers and disseminate them across multiple jurisdictions. So we're working with 2 export trading companies in Egypt to help them emerge as an export trading company, providing advisory services on strategy and operations and ultimately provide financing. On automotive, we're trying to help Egyptian automotive businesses to have some sort of backward integration to be able to manufacture more, and also help them to grow their business in across Africa. We've helped an Egyptian company, very famous Egyptian automotive assembler and manufacturer, through twinning services and providing market information on how they can grow their business in East Africa. And currently, they have started their business in Kenya after the advice that we've provided them. Also creatives, that's a very also important initiative that the bank is doing. And in textiles, for example, we're currently in discussions with the Egyptian government and the Egyptian holding company for spinning and weaving on how we can provide financing to the largest textile manufacturing facility in the world, which is currently being done in Egypt, and also trying to help them to find other sources of cotton raw material from other parts of Africa. Because Egypt is importing currently from Burkina Faso, they want to diversify and have other sources and also help them to export the end product to other African countries. So really there are so many things, and I don't know if we have the time to talk about all of them, but I just wanted to give some examples and a few of the initiatives that we are trying to do to help Egyptian companies grow their business across Africa. Many of the companies present here in the room are already clients of the bank and have seen the kind of support that we provide, but we also encourage others to talk to us. Please come to us with your business. We'll be more than happy to support and discuss in more details. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the encouragement and for the update. No doubt, the Afreximbank is making a huge impact that cannot be erased. I want to take it now to the audience now and raise the energy in the room as you begin to chime in on this conversation. So if you do have any questions or comments, please raise your hands. Now I see a couple of hands on this side. I'll ask that the usher just look at me and follow my cue. Yes, so it's okay. Please go ahead with the gentleman in front. Would like to be a little fair to the entire room, so we'd like to spread it out a bit. So please, as you ask your question or comments, please make it very brief and let us know if you're directing a question to a particular person. Thank you. And introduce yourself, of course. Yes, go ahead. We're struggling with that mic. Can we get the second microphone? I did see a second microphone in the room. Do we have the second microphone, please? All right, please go ahead, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, panelists. My name is Bala Abdullahi Kwatu from the private sector, precisely Urban Shelter, Nigeria.
In where, please?
Urban Shelter Limited, Nigeria.
Got it.
My comment is of about 1.something billion African population. Half of it, that is about 600 million Africans, live without electricity, both off and on grid. And if we are to get it right, to trade effectively and efficiently, looking at the costs, and then producing the right thing within the right time, I think we have to solve this problem of power. The power infrastructure is important. I think this is my contribution.
Right. I think it's a very important one. We'll get some reactions from the stage shortly, but let's take another question or two. Please go ahead, sir.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Machara Chek Adair from South Sudan. I have been very much impressed by the way the honorable businesswoman has presented the problem of Africa. You have mentioned that trade barrier is the problem. We in South Sudan, if I take as an example, we produce oil in South Sudan and we export it through Sudan. We split the oil revenue with Sudan. But Sudan has a problem of barriers which are making the input to production of oil in South Sudan, forgetting that they are benefiting more from the oil than us in South Sudan. Now, those of you in the business sector, with the fragmentation we have in Africa, how can you change the mind of those who are responsible for fragmentation to understand that there is a need to remove the barriers for the 16 landlocked countries? I know that there are about 16 landlocked African countries. And these are the countries which are suffering very, very, very much from the barriers. How are you connecting yourselves with those responsible for fragmentation? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take one more. Do we have the gentleman back there? Right there, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I'm from KwaZulu-Natal, the provincial government. Under our leadership of our minister, we've actually put together a booklet of products that we've identified in line with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement to see what types of products we can actually export into the continent from our region. But the biggest gap is now getting information on what we can bring into our region. We do have data, but that data is based on statistics compiled somewhere in Geneva or in Austria, if you understand what I mean. And that's a big gap. So if we're able to fill that gap with credible data on the products that we can then identify for our region, which we don't produce, that we can actually import into our region, so that we can replace the destination from the Far East with Africa.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Okay, before I come back to the audience, maybe we can get some reactions from those up here on stage. The first point was on the cost of electricity and improving accessibility. Some smart thinking around that. I wonder if anyone on the... Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Of course, I agree. I mean, it's actually, I didn't want to share the figures of the infrastructure needed for the electricity. It's come to $100 billion annually to basically can have the electricity for this missing 580 people. 580 million people. But we cannot stop. And actually, if you guys look at the walls, what the Afreximbank is announcing here, and I'll use a real example, I think we have a very good opportunity with the SMEs in the solar energy. We don't need to have 50 megawatt solar energy. We can have young people, they use the power of the youth in Africa, gives them Afreximbank access to finance, but have the regulation and the policy in Africa to create this SMEs to generate electricity, to distribute electricity, and small village can have 1 megawatt, fantastic, but we need, it's again back to changing of the mindset. So I think the opportunity in the SMEs in the electricity, it is significant, especially on the solar energy, but we need to have the legislation, we have to have the regulation and the policy to manage that and give the freedom to the private sector to generate and distribute electricity.
Thank you for that. No doubt regulation can change the game. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Adi.
Sorry, so just on that, I think the continent can benefit from what Egypt has been able to do. So Egypt built maybe some almost 20,000 megawatts of electricity in the last maybe 6 years at the lowest possible cost. And other than maybe the hardware, most of the construction was done by local companies. But it's not all about generation. It goes into the distribution and transmission and regulation and collection and so on and so forth. And my understanding is that the Egyptian government has put a document on how they have been able to do that. I think other African countries can benefit immensely from what Egypt has been able to do, how they've been able to do it. And maybe the way to, put this power into, onto the continent is to learn from this, achievement and also see how we can implement it across so many of various continents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have to learn from the successes of others, no doubt. There was another point on changing mindsets about the fragmentation of the continent, and I was wondering if you would like to speak to that.
I would like to speak to that. I think I really liked what was said about we need to change the idea of Africa as a continent and look at it more as a country. And I think that the AFCFTA will play a huge role in that, because you have individual countries that each put their own maybe protectionist policies or complicated systems. If it becomes an agreement that unifies and harmonizes the regulations between all of the countries, and it doesn't become kind of left to individual choice, then over time this should really have an impact, in addition to the focus on infrastructure. I mentioned road and rail, but perhaps also for landlocked countries in particular, air freight is also very, very important and majorly under utilized in a big way. And the only way that it will begin to be utilized is if many of these countries improve their airport operations and also liberalize things for foreign airlines to be able to operate well. But above all else, all of these countries need to increase their production and increase their exports, because otherwise it's all about things coming in, and it becomes very difficult to make it economical unless things are also going out. I think it will be a long process, but the AFCFTA is definitely a huge step forward.
All right. Thank you very much for that. And then very briefly, if we can get a comment, I wonder if that will be from the AFCFTA or from Zogby on credible data.
Yes, I can, yes. No, thank you very much. This is a very important point. The reliability of data, market information, and also the KYC challenges for some of the African companies. This is very challenging and hindering, again, trade and engagements. So what we're trying to do, we've developed a dedicated team, called Trade Intelligence Desk, that is responsible for providing trade information advisor services on various sectors, various industries across multiple jurisdictions. So if anyone who wants to have certain market information on a commodity or an industry in a jurisdiction in Africa will be able to provide this kind of information. And it starts with a simple research on the commodity or the market, the available opportunities, and extends all the way to doing roadshows with this client or this company to help them establish their business in another jurisdiction, to help them find local partners, or to help them promote for their products. So really this is very important, yes, is the reliability of information in Africa.
So, but just to clarify on that point, so to get the data, we have to come to the bank. I was just wondering, first of all, does the bank publish this data regularly?
Yes,
and
exactly.
if so, where can we find it? And then second question would be, is there a cost attached to getting that data? Is that data free?
There are some that are free. We are regularly publishing studies, we're regularly publishing market information, research, but of course there are other things that will be tailor-made specifically for certain requests by certain clients for certain commodities, and that will have to come with a cost, of course, as advisory services.
Sure.
But also the other thing is on KYC. In dealing, we found that in intra-African trade, when you deal with a counterparty in another African country, so many people shy away from that trade because they don't know much about the counterparty and whether they are reliable, whether they can trust them, whether they can deal with them. And that's why we developed MANSA. MANSA is a KYC repository platform in which we are aiming to register banks, African companies, as much as we can, so that it becomes a single source of KYC information for trade or for banking with any African company. And I encourage you all also to register on this platform. It will be a game changer across the continent. Thank you.
Looking forward to it. Thank you very much. All right, we'll go back to the audience now. But before that, as you know, so much is happening at this conference, at these meetings rather. And one of our panelists actually must be excused at this time. So Mr. Kabiru Rabiu from the Bua Group, I understand, actually has another meeting at the moment. But we'll continue. But as we continue, we'll excuse him to attend that meeting. So where do we go now? Let us go, a lady. We haven't had any lady. So let's have a lady first. And then we'll get more.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patience Ronami Abba, Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Investment, Bayelsa State, and I also head the Investment Promotion Agency for Bayelsa State. I actually wanted to, I can't remember, there's a gentleman back there, looks like he's just leaving, that made the very wonderful comment about lack of reliable information, marketing information. I just also wanted to point out the very important role that investment promotion agencies can play. Now, very recently, I think the only Pan-African platform we had was actually one that was put together by UNIDO, which is exactly what the gentleman was talking about, not getting homegrown data and indices. But I know that last year, I think right here in Egypt, there was a forum that was held for the very first time for heads of African investment promotion agencies. So I just wanted to suggest, in terms of next steps, as we're putting together our list, I think this is a very important step to make sure that there's proper integration of investment promotion agencies across Africa. Because for Bayelsa State, for instance, when we've been looking at FDI and trying to attract investment, in the past, we were always looking outside of Africa, to Europe, to the Americas, wherever. But we realized over time that, listen,
it's not reliable.
Money is money. You know, it doesn't matter where it comes from. If we get the investment, it's just as valuable. And we've started looking regionally and even within Nigeria itself, you know, because what we want is investment. And so I just think that as a next step, we should really look at how we can pull in the IPAs into whatever we're doing so that the conversation will be complete.
Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
I think it's a very valuable comment. I'm sure Mr.
Oh,
Zobdi
sorry,
is
someone
taking
is
that.
just saying people might not realize that Bayelsa State is in Nigeria. It's in Nigeria.
Yes,
sorry.
indeed, it is in southern Nigeria. Now, I would like to deliver some equity. I want to move to this side of the room before I come back here. So, if we can have the gentleman over there, please. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Al-Amir Mohammed. I am ITC International Trade Center consultant in Geneva and a co-founder in Connect consultancy firm in Egypt and Spain. Actually, I want to mention from our experience and working with entrepreneurs and startups in Egypt and knowledge about Africa initiatives for startups and entrepreneurs, I see a huge lack of communication between the startups and entrepreneurs societies, initiatives and projects in the African continent. I see huge opportunities for collaboration between startups and entrepreneurs communities in African countries. I mean, from the base of manufacturing to marketing, and now we have an opportunity with the digitalization era rising up. So I just want to comment or point to that there should be more effective tools or initiatives. I see here in the room heads of governmental institutions and banks, and I believe there should be some more initiatives to connect startups and entrepreneurs to put them into action, and there should be a lot to be done around this because there is a huge opportunity and it's missing. So just want to point this out.
Thank you very much for that. Very important point taken. If we can have this gentleman here. Thank you so much. Please, if you can make your comments brief.
Thank you.
My name to others who want to speak.
My name is Akorede Badnos from First Bank of Nigeria. Just a quick comment, and I think as part of the next step, I've listened so much in the last 2 days. After it's a big project, it's an emancipation project, it's a liberalization project, but I've not heard much about how to fund it. It seems that we are looking so much on Afreximbank, and I've just done a quick research. Afreximbank total asset is shareholders fund is $4 billion. Their total asset is $24.8 billion. Between 2016 and 2022, they've disbursed $51 billion. And we want them to really play a vital role in financing this after. As you know, any project without funding is just going to be a mirage. And I don't think we want after to be a mirage. But do you know this country that I'm going to mention have their external reserves in dollars. I'm talking from benefit of insight. South Africa have $60 billion. Algeria, 43 external reserve, Algeria is 43.5. Nigeria is 39.6 billion. Egypt is 37 billion. Morocco, 33 billion. Angola, 14.7. Kenya, 12.6. DRC, 11.1. Ghana, 9.7. And Tunisia have 8 billion. This gives me about $270 billion. These dollars are not sitting with Afreximbank. They are sitting beyond Africa. What you're doing, we're already pitching ourselves against some people. They are not happy. But can you imagine if you call this head of state to put 10% of this money with Afreximbank? That gives us about 27 billion. Afreximbank having 27 billion, leveraging that one 10 times. What are we talking about? We are here for a game changer. It's going to be tough. So I just want to drop it. Yeah, so put it as part of the next step. If you need further engagement, further discussion, let's talk. But this is what we need to do now. Afreximbank cannot deliver. And don't be under any doubt whether DFI or multilateral is going to support us. African problem require African solution. We have the money.
Right.
But we need to take the bull by the horn. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. So those external reserves need to come back to Africa to support Africa. If we can go to this gentleman here, and then I think we had a gentleman over here.
Hi, gentlemen. I'm Mohammed Sami, a member of Egyptian African Businessmen Association. First of all, I need to back to the example raised by the gentleman about Germany and Singapore. For me, I think it's a matter of upgrading of capacity building. This is the main reason from my point of view. So my question is there any possibility from Eximbank in association with many banks and financial institutions inside Africa to implement multiple center of excellence all over the continent in order to exchange the experience from countries like Egypt, Nigeria, South Africa, Morocco, all over the African continent? And this will be, from my point of view, the starting point to upgrade the capacity building and take this role model in Singapore, Germany, and transfer all
But
over.
when you say centers of excellence, in
Like
terms of what?
Like training center.
Training center.
Yes.
Got it.
Or for example, if we spoke about what have been achieved by the Egyptian government in Zohr project, if we need to transfer such experience in many countries in Africa, this
Indeed.
will be done by doing multi-center of excellence, especially that in Africa we are suffering that we have the lowest number of engineers all over the world. This is very important information. We shall work on it.
Thank you very much for that. And indeed, great successes in Egypt that we can speak of.
Yes.
Thank you. Can we have the gentleman over here now? We'll come to you in a second, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Patrick Bosroya from Ghana. We want to set up a manufacturing factory in medical consumables because looking at our regional area, West Africa, we almost import all our medical consumables once we produce the raw materials. Now, I want to know, right now, it is time to move from talks and acts. Otherwise, we will always be having the same issues till end of time.
So what are you asking for?
Accessing capital still remain a challenge for we, the youth startups. With requirement of collateral, can Afreximbank move from talk and get a package especially to finance the youth startup? Without
youth startup company.
Yes, without these barriers in order to drive home our industrialization agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll pose that question to him. And if we can just take one more question from the gentleman over here. Yes, right there.
Good morning. Salim Hamza. I'm working in risk management in some banks in Egypt. My question is regarding what I would prefer to say to EFC, FTA, because just not want to speak about Egypt only. I need to content. The idea is we over the 3 days ago we speak about how many resources we have as a continent, how many resources we have. To want to be more connected. So my question regarding, like the code told us, we have to stop building more walls and make more bridges. So what the action will be taken to make the countries, like over 50 plus countries in the continent, more connected? Do you have any agreement in the conferences about how to remove the barriers, laws and regulation between the countries to make the trade more efficient and more connected? This is my question.
Thank you very much. And so it's beyond just legal barriers, real barriers. How do we remove those barriers and connect the continent much more? I think from all those contributions, perhaps we have 3 questions, and perhaps I'll now go to those speaking up here on the stage. In a minute or less, if we can get one person to chime in on trade centers, building them, and second, the issue about youth startups, perhaps the gentleman from Afreximbank will speak to that, and then of course also commenting on how we can truly break those barriers that exist.
I can start with the trade centers.
Yes.
Actually, we had a very nice conference 3 months ago with the IARA, with the Tanzanian investment minister. and we did a proposal that we can establish and build a logistics center in Dar es Salaam. This logistics center it can be a hub for all African goods from the 7 or 8 inland countries surrounding Tanzania, and to be exported from Dar es Salaam port. So our vision was to build some 6 or 7 logistics centers around the continent in the different areas, south, west, east, north, to have this hub. But the problem with Egypt and Africa, it's also the scarcity of the information, like the gentleman said from South Africa. The problem that we don't have enough media to promote the goods between the different countries. And I'll give you a small example which happened to us 5 years ago. Actually, we had a visit from the Kenyan Parliament. 15 MPs were here in Egypt, and I was asked to organize a visit to one of the factories in Egypt. So I had the chance to let them visit one of the biggest companies in Egypt. Is called Crystal Asfour. It's the second crystal manufacturer worldwide. They didn't believe that. And if you can see all the crystals here in the whole hotel, it's their production. So it's a worldwide production, and it's not known. Even if you come here in this hall, you can find a lot of Egyptian products like the carpets, the floors, and the walls. It's all Egyptian. So I think not promoting enough, not knocking the doors enough, not having enough trade fairs, not having enough flow of information, that makes the people not know about the Egyptian products.
Right. Thank you very much for that. So hopefully we can continue to fix that as we discuss these issues. Do you want to speak briefly, Eman, on the issue around youth startup?
Yeah. There are a couple of points that I would like to cover. First, on the trade investment promotion, later rightly said. We've done so many investment promotion events in the past, but we've done them in not a systematic way. So we've decided last year that we will have a dedicated team to cover trade investment promotion activities, working with investment promotion agencies across Africa. And I have here my colleague Matimba, sits at the very back. Please discuss with her this. She's taking up this initiative. And Matimba, if you're listening, please stand up so that you are recognized.
Okay, there she is.
There she is.
So please connect with her.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please, she will help you a lot and really have a good plan for that. For the money that should be deposited with the bank from different African countries, my brother, you're very right. We've been calling for this for the past 20 years. We have what we call a central bank deposit scheme. We're trying to encourage African central banks to place their deposits with Afreximbank so that we can redeploy those funds into Africa instead of them being placed with international banks. And guess who is the largest contributor to this deposit scheme currently? It is the Central Bank of Egypt, who has made the largest contribution to the Central Bank deposit scheme. I really thank them for that, for their great support. And many other African countries are contributing, but we want more. So please add your voice wherever you go, talk about that, so that it's more populated. For these startups, let me tell you, we're a wholesale bank. We cover 51 African countries. So it's really difficult for us to have so much dealings with SMEs and startups. However, we have recently developed what we call an SME development incubation program to serve startups, scale-ups, SMEs, and all of that. So please, if you have a transaction that is ready, I'll give you my contacts. Please send it to me. I will connect you with our team handling the SMEs business, and they will take it forward. I don't know if I missed any other point for the
startups. I think you've spoken.
Yeah, I think I covered them all. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. And point on actions to connect greater, breaking barriers.
Yeah.
Cynthia?
Thank you very much. Actions to break barriers. I think today we have a legal framework, and as I said, the framework has been ratified by many countries. So it's just a matter of implementation right now and enforceability. So what I think is that we as a secretariat, we're just going to engage on a wide range of sensitization. It's important that actually the private sector, the SMEs, the women entrepreneurs, the youth entrepreneurs understand what is this agreement. Because if we don't understand the rights that we have, the obligations of the agreement, we will not be able to take full advantage of it. So, and because when we talk about barriers, we're also talking about, it's cross-border barriers, it's customs barriers, and it's usually somebody somewhere who will decide just to block consignments because of some reasons. It's important that people actually are aware of the agreement and that we have advocacy from the ground. I believe that if we manage to popularize the agreement, we manage to break it down so that the wide, even the woman selling ginger cross-border will be able to say, okay, this is what AFCFTA is. I am supposed to be trading cross-borders using this type of procedures. Then we will be able to put pressure on the government. But at the end of the day, it's also down to the national level to really make sure that the agreement is implemented. Right. And we as a secretariat, actually, I was talking earlier about being practical and being aggressive, we would like to guide some trades. So we are looking to see with the countries which are ready already, and because I said that the rules of origins have been approved, we are looking actually to identify some traders between, and I think one of the countries, Egypt, is quite ready, Rwanda, Kenya, Ghana, to see whether we can identify some traders in those countries and see how we can showcase a trade between these countries. Right. And that's how we will actually pull traction, because we need to start somewhere and we will have to force it in a way, and then I'm sure that it will pick up. So again, it will take time, but it will require us to be innovative in the ways that we work. It will require everybody to come to place, and I think some of the recommendations here were saying we need to define a blueprint, and that means bringing for an entrepreneur today who is in Ghana who will want to have its tea sitting in a shelf in Rwanda or in Kenya, who comes in the supply chain. We bring them all together and we decide, is it the logistics, the air cargo, is it going to be shipped by air? We bring in the logistic people. What are the procedures at the borders? And we get it going. Otherwise, we will continue talking for a long time. Right. And I agree that if we are not innovative and we are not forceful, it will take time. But I hope that this is the last train, because the AFCFTA for me, I think, is the last train that is departing for Africa's economic development. And if we miss this opportunity, I do not believe that we will have another opportunity to actually develop our continent and come out from this situation. And I hope that this is the last time that we will be able to use external shocks to actually justify why we need to industrialize ourselves and why we need to establish our own supply chains and why we need to develop our economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Great passion. And I can see some hands are still up, but sadly, we really have to begin to wind this down. But it is a networking event, and so you would have the opportunity to connect with many of our speakers. But on that note, I'd like you to please put your hands together for our panelists. I think they've done a great job engaging us, taking the top questions and helping to guide this whole process of increasing Egypt-Africa trade. Thank you so much to our panelists. You can go back to your seats now. Please, another round of applause to them as they step to their seats. And as we begin to round this up, I would like to now call up to deliver some closing remarks. And I did mention again that right after this closing remarks, you have the opportunity to connect with those in the room. Please welcome with me the President of the Africa Business Council, Dr. Amani Asfo, as she shares some closing remarks. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes forward. I know it's been a long session, but please can we put our hands together for her? Thank you so much.
Engineer Yosri, Sharqawi, Chairman of the Egyptian African Businessmen's Association. My dear Vice President, Executive Vice President for Intra-Africa Trade, Afreximbank, Ms. Kanawi. My brothers and sisters from the private sector across the whole continent. It gives me great pleasure to give the closing remarks in this fantastic roundtable for Egypt-Africa Business Roundtable. And I thank very much the panelists for what they really said, because it is really about connecting together across the continent and coming together. I love the networking that's happening.
Yes, I see it's happening already, but please, if you can just allow her to finish her comments, you will have that opportunity. Thank you very much.
It's fantastic that we are actually connecting together, because the Africa Business Council actually is about our connection for the private sector. Just for those who really have not heard about the Africa Business Council, it is established in line with the Heads of States Decision Summit to operationalize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, to have our private sector across the continent as one voice. And our competitive vision of the Africa Business Council is a borderless, innovative Africa for trade, investment, and industrialization. So all what you have been saying really is our vision. And we are inclusive of the Regional Economic Bloc's Business Council. So my brother Karibu is not here, but it is really about COMESA Business Council is on our board. I was chairing COMESA Business Council twice. SADC Business Council, which is the Southern part, Southern Authority, Development Authority Business Council, West Africa Chambers of Commerce, East Africa Chamber of Commerce, Chambers of Commerce, Private Sector Federations, Union of Industries, Manufacturer Associations, large corporates, SMEs. By short, it is the voice of the African private sector. So we are happy here with the Egyptian Africa Business.
لمن لديهم مثل هذه الامتيازات والفرانشايز. والآن لدي أسئلة تتعلق بالحصول على التمويل لدفع كل ما هو مطلوب للحفاظ على هذه الأنشطة، فهي أمر جد دقيق. ولكن إذا كنتم تريدون النظر إلى سلسلة القيمة وأخذها في الاعتبار فيما يتعلق بالعلوم والمعلومات، ولذلك أعلن تدشين التقرير حول الفرنشايز الإفريقي التي إذن أصدرتها بنك التصدير والاستيراد الإفريقي، وأدعوكم لقراءتهم. شكرا سيد رئيس البنك لتدشين هذين التقريرين، وإنها مواضيع جد هامة. والآن أنت على رأس مبادرة التجارة في أفريكزيمبانك اعتبارا من أول يوليو، أول نائب رئيس لنائب البنك. هل يمكن أن تحدثينا عن هذا التقرير حول الفرانشايز؟ شكرا جزيلا. هذا التقرير أعتقد أنه يركز على بناء على ما قاله السيد أوراما، هو التقرير الأول حول الفرانشايز في 20 عاما. أعتقد أن الأخير كان في مجال عام من البنك التنمية الأفريقي منذ 20 عاما. إنه تقرير عظيم، وهذه الأداة التي قدمناها والتي تدخل فيما يتعلق بمقر الدار الحرة القارية. وقد قال السيد رئيس البنك إننا قمنا بهذه الفرانشايز، ونريد أن نمول أنواع من الفرانشايز أو الامتيازيات ولما لا. وفي واقع الأمر كما قال بروفيسور أوراما فيجب خلق فرص لرواد الأعمال الذين يمكن أن يعملون في هذا المجال. والتقرير في نفسه يركز على نتائج الأبحاث على مستوى الأقاليم الخمسة للقارة الإفريقية، ويحتوي على آخر التطورات والموقف الحالي في مجال الامتيازات والفرانشايز، ويقدم توصيات للتحول أكثر إيجابية لدفع التجارة ولتسهيل المبادلات التجارية القارية. والأمر يتعلق بنشر للمعلومات، ولدينا الملخص الموجود بالفعل، ونريد أن نقوم بتقديم نسخ، ويمكن أن تجدوا هذه النسخ الخاصة بهذا التقرير خارج هذه القاعة. وإذا كنتم شراء تقارير بصورة كاملة يمكن أن تقدموا طلب على موقع أفريكسيمبانك. أتوجه بالشكر لكل من راقب ووضع ونفذ هذا التقرير من ناحية النسخ والطباعة فيما يتعلق بالابتكار، العلاقات التجارية، التجارة العقارية، المبادرات التجارية. وأتوجه بالشكر لإنجا كريماني وأوزو كماني ومحمد سيد، وأتوجه بشكر لكل الخبراء الذين عملوا معنا في جنوب افريقيا، واشكركم على المشاركه في عمليه التدشين، واتمنى ان نهيئ بصوره اكبر نظام الامتيازات او الفرنشايزي افريقيا. شكرا سيدتي. الان تحدثنا عن الشباب، وسوف نقدم لكم عرضا موسيقيا. لقد تركت كل ما كان موجود هنا وأخليت المجال، وإذا كنتم خلف هذه الستارة هل تسمعون؟ هل يمكن أن تأتوا إلى هنا؟ وإلا يمكن أن تأتوا لأرى بشر هنا
guitars and things like that, and set this up right now. You have a very small window to do that, very small window, so please get going with that. So whilst the technicians are setting up, I just want to tell you what the next segment is on the stage. It focuses on Africa's creative and cultural industries, and as we know, Africa, our dear Africa, our beautiful continent, it's filled with a massive youth population and a talented youth population. And so this keeps in the next theme is straight to the heart of leveraging the power of the youth. We'll be introducing in the course of the rest of the day what Afreximbank has been doing in the creative and cultural industries for the continent. So as these talented musicians are setting up, I've got to spend a little bit of time. I've got to feel, as they say in TV. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here, and actually over to my right, I recognize the Senator Ben Murray Bruce of Nigeria. Give him a round of applause. Over here is the man who probably travels more than all of you combined. He probably has the hardest job. You know, heavy is the head that wears the crown, because AFCFTA is a fledgling, let's be honest. It's still at its infancy. Nobody will say otherwise. It's very difficult. It's been made historic strides by the speed at which it was created and the speed at which it's being evolved. And here we have with us in our presence His Excellency the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, Juan Kilimene. And you know, Your Excellency, if we're in a room together and I have a microphone, you have to hide if you don't want to speak. So I'm gonna, I've got so many questions for you, but I probably only ask a couple. How are things, you know, if I'm a young, what I like about the creative industry in Africa is they didn't wait for the AFCFTA, they didn't wait for Intra-Africa trade. They were decades ago watching Nollywood movies in Uganda. They were listening to African music from Senegal, in South Africa. They were already doing intra-Africa trade. Creativity is an incredible barrier breaker, a border breaker, just by the power of music, the power of art, the power. It doesn't wait. And I think it's symbolic then that if there is a group that should benefit the most from the African continent free trade area, it should be the youth, the creative youth. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. You're absolutely correct, Mark. In fact, in the AFCFTA, we have a protocol on trade and services, which includes liberalization of the creative industry sector, including the arts, audiovisual, a range of different creative industries that we want to provide the legal support for these sectors to thrive. As you correctly said, they have been exporting these services without the legal framework for decades. And so we believe that now with the existence of the legal treaty, the legal anchor, they will have the support that they need to expand into new markets on the continent. If you combine this legal support, this legal framework, with financial support from Afreximbank, I believe that our creative industries will be even more competitive than they have been before. Today, you go anywhere around the world outside of the continent, you will hear Nigerian music. You will see many of our cultural symbols throughout the African continent and the rest of the world. And so I think the existence in the protocol on trade and services, the existence of commitments to liberalize, to support the creative industry is a very important step, but it is an incomplete step if we don't combine that with the necessary trade finance for them to expand to new markets.
We're going to have to share this microphone. Can you bring another microphone down for me? Thank you. Reverse it now. So I'm a young fashion designer somewhere in Malawi, for example, and I hear about this thing called the African Continental Free Trade Area. I think in the zeitgeist, in the consciousness of Africans, most people have heard of the AFCFTA. And they want to leverage it. They're interested, but they don't have finance that you're talking about, and that obviously there have been great moves. They don't truly understand how to kind of get on board. From their perspective, what is the way to connect with them in order to demystify the opportunities of the AFCFTA? Say, okay, I'll just say between now and the end of the year, for example.
Well, we are in July, the first week of July, we will host a Women and Youth in Trade event in Dar es Salaam. As you know, the president of, as you may know, the president of Tanzania is our champion for women and youth in trade. And so we will have the event there. During that event, we intend to do exactly as you've described, to demystify the AFCFTA, to raise awareness about the export opportunities, to educate young exporters. If you have a product, you mentioned Malawi, and incidentally, when I was in Malawi, there's a young entrepreneur, a woman, who produces agro-processing products for export to the rest of the continent. The question is, what is the first step that I can take for my products to be in Nigeria, or for my products to be from Malawi in Egypt? So during that event in Tanzania, we will demonstrate in a practical sense how do you access a new market, the sanitary and phytosanitary standards that you have to meet, the health standards that you may have to meet depending on the product that you're exporting, the customs procedures that you have to adhere to. And then again, there's a very important component also, and that is once you have accessed the market information is critical. Knowledge of the domestic or the regional economy where you are exporting to. And that's why what we referred to yesterday is so critical, the Africa Trade Gateway, because it will provide you with due diligence information, with market intelligence about where you want to export to. So we've got to combine, once again, we have to combine the nuts and bolts of the trade agreement, which enable the trade to happen, as well as the supporting components of accessing a new market. We will not end in July. We will continue through the year, various regions of the African continent, where we have these capacity building workshops and these seminars so that all Africans are aware of their rights under the agreement, because they are rights, is what we've negotiated. You now have a right to the South African market. You have a right to the Nigerian market, the Kenyan market. These are rights that we've created. And so we don't want to end with just trade lawyers, as I said yesterday. We want to move beyond trade lawyers and see the practical impact with the young entrepreneurs in particular and small medium enterprises as they expand their businesses across the continent. That's what the Secretariat is there to do, and Afreximbank is there to support, to provide the financial support for that to happen. And as I often say, the Secretariat and the AFCFTA Secretariat and Afreximbank are, in a sense, twins. One twin was born 30 years earlier, the other twin was born 30 years later. You cannot have trade finance if the regulatory barriers to trade exist. It undermines the objectives of trade finance. You cannot have a trade agreement where you have eliminated barriers to trade if you don't have the trade support, because otherwise it's an empty agreement. That's why this twin relationship is so critical. It is mutually supportive.
And what's interesting, very excellent, it does deserve a round of applause. It's really interesting to hear it from the horse's mouth. In a way, I'm breaking this down to products and platforms like PAPS and so on, and people. The people on the ground that use it, but all the way to the people, the leadership. And it reminds me, I got to actually sit right behind President LCC. I was never in any of the shots, but I was right behind him. And I saw him as he was talking about what we need to do to turn things and make the AFCFTA a reality, the type of leadership. And it was really moving if you were in this room to witness. I mean, he almost got emotional. And I'm sure you witnessed and you listened very closely to what he said. How important is the leadership right at the top in terms of governments to move the AFCFTA forward?
One of the reasons why we have moved very quickly is exactly because of the engagement of our heads of states. They drive this. And if you look at other trade agreements that have been negotiated, without the highest political leadership, you don't make progress fast enough. The heads of states will convene again in November. Professor Orama and I will report to them what we've been doing. We did so a few months ago in February, so twice in 1 year. Also individually, I briefed the heads of states on what we're doing. When I met with President Sisi here a year or so ago, he told me something remarkable which he reiterated yesterday. He told me that his ambition is to build a 12,000 kilometer trade corridor from Cape to Cairo. And I believe that construction has already started. He also told me that he wants to make sure that this trade corridor of over 12,000 kilometers connects also East Africa to West Africa. This kind of vision about our continent is what drives the AFCFTA. There are many people around the world who, to this day, still don't believe that we will be able to do it. President Kagame reminded us in 2018 in Kigali. He said that many people congratulated us when we signed the agreement, and they congratulated us in part because they did not think that we would be able to do it.
Yeah, I was there. I know. I
You
can
were
attest to
there.
that. Yes.
Yes. So there are these skeptics about what we are trying to achieve. But as I say, with the leadership at the highest possible level, we've demonstrated that it's possible. We did it as Africans when the rest of the world for the last 2 years was completely shut down. I had a journalist ask me in his comfort in London, how far are you in your implementation? He asked me this question in February 2021. I said, you are sitting in your apartment in London, the comfort of your apartment, and you expect us to do things faster as if it is in a normal environment when we are in a pandemic. So we moved incredibly fast in the middle of a pandemic. We established the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System. The Adjustment Fund is about to be operationalized. All of these instruments that were introduced in a very, very short space of time that demonstrate the commitment of our leaders to make this agreement a reality, not for governments. It's not governments that trade. It's not people like me who trade. It is small, medium enterprises, young entrepreneurs. So the commitment is there. The political will is there at the highest possible level.
I'm told that the musicians are ready, but I had one more question which I wanted to squeeze in. If you could answer in 1 minute. The geopolitical situation in the world is crisis-driven with Ukraine. We've spoken a lot about the food crisis, the fuel crisis, the fertilizer crisis, and all the challenges that we're facing on top of blinking into the light from a pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. How does all this impact the progress and implementation of the AFCFTA?
It means that we have to move faster. It means we have to move much, much faster. You read yesterday a tweet from President Kagame about our over-reliance. I have another experience. I visited a plant in Lesotho that manufactures car seats for export to the continent and the rest of the world. There was a time when their supply capacity and production capacity was disrupted, a month or two, because the wiring harnesses that they need for production of the car seat are processed in the Ukraine. The copper comes from Zambia. It is processed in the Ukraine, exported back to the continent as a component of a car seat. We know the impact on agriculture, on wheat, barley, other cereals. It means that when this geopolitical tension, at the emergence of these geopolitical tensions, at that time we were also beginning to accelerate implementation, but we have to move faster to develop and establish these value chains so that we rely less on Ukraine for maize and we rely more on Zambia, Zimbabwe for our maize.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was unscripted, it was unprepared, but it was unbelievable. Thank you.
Thank you for the ambush,
our double act continues. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of acts, we now have a musical act for you. I'm going to call the musicians onto the stage now. I understand that they are ready, our talented musicians. If you are out there, please come forward. Fadili Itulia, who's on vocals and guitar, is from Kenya. Kasiva Mutua is on percussions, one of Kenya's leading percussionists and drummers. She's an international touring percussionist, integrating African traditional music with jazz, hip-hop, reggae, funk, and so more. And in fact, she's one of the only African women playing percussion continentally and internationally. She was named a TED Global Fellow as well in 2017. Susie Isis is a saxophonist from Windhoek, Namibia. She began playing in high school and is now on this stage. She's on a jazz ensemble and much more. Let's enjoy this performance now, and I will now call out the musicians. Come and show us your stuff. They're building the anticipation. Do we have these? Do we have our musicians? Aha! A musician, thank you. He looks like a musician. That's one. Let's bring out the next. You're next, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, I think we have two more. From the other side, okay. I guess that's Susie Isis. Yes. And okay, I think our trio is complete. Take it away.
How you doing, everybody? All right, while we fix the guitar. Yeah, the song I'm doing is a very interesting piece because it's one of those pieces that actually talks about African people. If there's one thing I'm passionate about, it's Africa and African agendas and African issues. And I feel for a very long time the African narrative has been narrated to us, and we have not gotten a chance, or we have allowed people to tell our stories. And I think it's about time that African people narrate our own stories and tell what is our story, what's our image of us. So I wrote this song, it's called Assalamu Alaikum. And in this song I talk about some of the things that are unique to Africa, like how expressive we are. You know, we are so expressive. We see something, we say, You know, one of the words that, one of the sounds that is very common across the continent is this sound. It's something that is said anywhere in the world, I mean, everywhere across the continent. It's one of those, thank you. So it's one of those things that we say across the continent. And I chose to write a song that talks about this. And in my song, so if you will, you can help me do this part and say, the sun will rise at dawn down in Africa. It's for sure the sun will set at dusk down in Africa. It's for sure the daughters of the land make us proud in Africa. It's for sure the sons of the land are bold in Africa. The women will shout, the children are playing. The children are playing. The women will shout. The children are playing. The women will shout. And the children are playing. Assalamu alaikum. Salam. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. The women will shout, Shukran. I want you to give those wonderful young performers a round of applause based on how much you liked it. The volume, based on how talented you think they are. That was something else, you see, and that's just the tip of the iceberg of the creativity that we have to unleash on the platform of the African Continental Free Trade Work. Speaking of the AFCFTA, we are now going to sign
what is called the Framework Cooperation Agreement, or the FCA, between Afreximbank and the AFCFTA Secretariat. For that, I would like to invite both His Excellency President Benedict Orama, Professor Orama, to represent Afreximbank, and His Excellency Wamkele Meni, Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, as the signees for this cooperation agreement. Please join me on the stage, gentlemen. As you heard from Secretary General Wamkele Meni, as we were waiting for the musicians to turn up, the relationship is one of so symbiotic. He described AFCFTA Secretariat and Afreximbank as twins. And this framework agreement, this cooperation agreement, is more of a formalization of that relationship, that symbiotic relationship. The AFCFTA Secretariat is the lead institution charged with driving the implementation of the AFCFTA agreement. The signing and the documents are exchanged, that is the agreement. They are key collaborating partners of a wide range of initiatives, PAPS, IATF, and the AFCFTA Adjustment Facility. Afreximbank is also a key supporter of the Secretariat through its grants and technical assistance programs. Now, the FCA, as you just saw, cements the collaboration between the two institutions across a range of initiatives. Gentlemen, before you go, I have a microphone. I just want you to say a few words about this framework cooperation agreement and the significance of what you've just signed.
Thank you very much to all of you who have joined us to this simple but very momentous event we've just witnessed. We have been working with the AFCFTA Secretariat since inception, since the agreement was signed in 2018 and then ratified and the Secretariat was created. Of course, we started supporting the idea of the AFCFTA and the project on the basis of our relationship and the work we are doing with the African Union Commission. But then that transited to the Secretariat. And as the Secretary General, His Excellency Wamkele Meni mentioned earlier, we worked truly like symbiotic twins. See, I use the word emphasis on symbiosis there. Because we at Afreximbank realized that the AFCFTA as an agreement was what the bank was preparing for over 2 decades, more than 2 decades before it was born. It gave us the opportunity to make the impact those who set up the bank and are supporting it with equity would like to see. So we worked together and to the best of our ability and resources, made sure that whatever we could do to avoid again a very good initiative dying on the altar of lack of resources, that we are able to do them. And we thank our board of directors and our shareholders who never wavered, and of course our staff who literally saw the AFCFTA as part and parcel of Afreximbank. And that's the way we've worked together. We have our staff at the AFCFTA Secretariat. We have meetings, we have joint committees. So we work together. So we don't go cap in hand begging to be able to implement something that is so important to us. Just because we do not want to put our resources where our mouth is. So we are really, really happy, and we like to take the opportunity to thank the founders of Afreximbank. And we are very pleased today that two former presidents are here, President Edordu and President Ekra, who made the bank strong such that we are able then to begin to do what we are doing today. We are really very pleased to our colleagues at the AFCFTA Secretariat, the Secretary General, and his able colleagues who have worked with us as brothers and sisters, who have challenged us, and who have also taken our own challenges, not as confrontation, but as the right thing to do, to make sure that whatever we do will stand the test of time. And we've really worked together and made achievements. From the work we are doing overall in promoting trade, with the AFCFTA Secretariat, with the SG, acting as even Business Development Officer for Afreximbank, identifying businesses where Afreximbank has to intervene to begin to open our markets so that the AFCFTA can work better. To the work we've done on the payment system. Because of our collaboration, that we can today say that the payment system has become commercially operational. The work we are doing on the African Trade Gateway, bringing ahead the digital AFCFTA that is planned for some time in the future. So today we are trying to use the digital platforms to bring down the borders. The work we are doing on the transit guarantees. And of course, a very important work we are doing on the AFCFTA adjustment facility. So we thank them, thank our board, thank the African Union, the leaders, the Commission, and all those, everybody on the continent who are working with us, supporting us in this endeavor. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Well, thank you. I want to join the President in thanking the board, the shareholders, and of course, the two past presidents who are with us here today. As I said earlier, you cannot have trade in Africa without trade finance. And as President has just said, this is an obligation on all our African institutions to support intra-Africa trade, to provide the resources that are required for us to make this dream a reality. We have made significant progress in a very, very short space of time working together. On the 13th of January this year, we launched the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, something that was being discussed and talked about for decades, but never really happened. And so through the partnership with the African Union Commission, ourselves, Afreximbank leading, we were able to launch and to demonstrate to Africans the seriousness with which we take this task of boosting intra-Africa trade. So signature today was really a formality because the working relationship has been there from the very beginning, certainly from when I was elected to this position. We have been working very well together to deliver for our continent and for Africans. I think that is what drives this partnership. It is not about AFCFTA, Secretariat, the SG, the President of the bank. it is our mutual recognition of the task ahead of us, that the task ahead of us is bigger than all of us. And so we have to put aside and focus on delivering for Africans. And so as we sign this agreement today, I want to emphasize that it is a formality. The working relationship has existed long before, but we are now taking it to the next level. So thank you very much.
Congratulations to the Afreximbank and also to the AFCFTA Secretariat. There you witness the AFCFTA Framework Cooperation Agreement. It is signed, sealed, and delivered. Now if I could ask you to turn your attentions to the screen, because I want to show you a video to introduce you to the Creative African Nexus, or CANEX as it's known, brought to you by Afreximbank and the venue of this year's CANEX weekend. Please roll it.
You know, we always talk about the Africa we want. Come 2063, what Africa will that be? We often ask ourselves, if not us, who? And if not now, when do we do it?
Cultural and creative industries have emerged as major drivers of economies through job creation, economic diversification, export earnings, and nation branding. The industry holds immense potential for forging economic development amongst African countries and the diaspora. With advancements in technology, especially the digital revolution, education, and innovation, creative and knowledge-based industries have emerged amongst the most dynamic sectors of the global economy, and Africa in particular. It is in this context that African Export-Import Bank launched the Creative African Nexus program to deploy capital and provide technical assistance to the strategic sector, thereby catalyzing trade and monetization of creative content in fashion, film, music, art and crafts, and sports, leveraging on the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement.
At Afreximbank, we fully understand the power of the creative industry to catalyze intra-African trade, create millions of jobs for the continent's young population, and promote the emergence of national and regional value chains. As long as you're an African, you come to us, we will support you.
CANEX at IATF 2021 in Durban, South Africa was a week of impactful and insightful engagements, connecting creatives to investment and market opportunities.
The Creative Africa Nexus of CANEX presents an opportunity for cultural and creative workers to promote their products.
Now in 2022, the journey continues. CANEX Weekend 2022, presented by Afreximbank, in partnership with the government of Côte d'Ivoire, will continue the important conversations and further connect Africa's creative industries with each other and with potential partners and investors from across the continent and the world. Be part of the growth of Africa's creative sector and join prominent creatives, potential investors, industry leaders, government representatives, creative industry professionals, and buyers in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire from 25 to 27 November 2022. A range of opportunities exist across sectors for both small independent creatives as well as large and established brands and companies. Creatives from Africa and the diaspora are invited to take advantage of the CANEX Weekend Market and Exhibition. Immersive masterclasses, as well as business-to-business and business-to-government networking and deal-making opportunities.
There's a huge opportunity to capitalize, and that's why we in Afreximbank are in that space, because we think it will significantly contribute to transforming our economies away from primary commodities, focusing on the creatives.
CANEX Weekend will host some of the continent's leading voices in music, film, fashion, crafts, visual arts, literature, gaming, VR, sports, and more. with engaging conversations and masterclasses, complemented by live performances, a fashion show, film screening, and more.
How powerful it will be when Africans are the ones telling African stories on a global scale. With large production budgets, infrastructure, education, passion, and professional skilled hands that match the quality of the product that we want to achieve.
Canex Weekend from 25 to 27 November 2022. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. To find out more and to learn when and how to register for free, follow our social media channels.
That was Canex, and I will say that we'll be waiting for you to join us in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, from the 25th to the 27th of November of this year. You can please go to register at the website. It's Canex, that's CANEX.Africa. So if you go there, you can actually register so that you get your registration in early for that. Now, we only have a couple more things on the agenda before we break for lunch. So please allow me to invite a gentleman, actually, he's a fellow Nigerian, and growing up as a media person in the, I'm going to age myself now, in the 80s and the 90s, he was something of an inspiration, and actually not only an inspiration, but a duplication. I was a duplication. People used to think I was his younger brother, and I used to tell you, he's from Bayelsa, I'm from Edo, it's not possible, we're separate, but he's an incredible force, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa in terms of making media matter and making media happen. He's also the co-chairperson of the Creative Africa Advisory Group. He's the founder and president of the Silverbird Group. Please allow me to introduce to the stage Mr. Ben Murray Bruce.
Thank you very much. Always a great pleasure to be here, Mark, and to be around such beautiful people. When I was asked to launch this incredible event, they had no idea that Professor Benedict Orama would be here, and so I don't think it is possible for me to launch this without inviting the great man, and I should call him the President of Africa. And you know, he's a sexy guy too. You know, he gets things done like a bullet. Everybody's jealous of him because when he says it, he does it. You know the Nike ads, just do it, that's him. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on stage, Professor Benedict Orama. While he's coming on stage, my new friend, Azza Fani, please come on stage. She's the queen of jewelry across Africa from Egypt herself. It is not possible for me to launch this event without you. When we have those virtual boardroom events, you are telling us the great things about Africa. So please, come on stage. Please give her a big round of applause. Thank you. I have a prepared speech I gotta read. It's not in bold letters, so I gotta wear my glasses. Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank, together with the Board, Executive Management and staff at Afreximbank, distinguished governors of central banks, ministers and senior government officials, distinguished heads of international organizations, distinguished CEOs and delegates from the private sector, members of the Creative African Advisory Group, a special mention of Mrs. Azza Fani, who has joined us today, ladies and gentlemen. Afreximbank recognizes cultural and creative industries as crucial drivers of the economics of both developed and developing countries. These industries influence income generation, job creation, and export earnings, holding immense potential for further economic development among African countries and the diaspora. Africa has a deep pool of talent which must be properly harnessed and supported to drive economic transformation, inclusive growth, and development. However, Africa has deep challenges and infrastructural capacity to commercialize its creative talent, which remains fragmented and underdeveloped. This has resulted in limited participation of goods and services made by African creatives in the global market. Consequently, a minute share of global, continental, and even local market. In a multi-trillion-dollar global industry, Africa Creatives revenue currently accounts for less than 1% of the global market. When 13 million young Africans join the labor market every year and a middle class with greater spending power, the development of creative industries is imperative in the context of the opportunities which the single market for trade under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area offers. To address this opportunity, Afreximbank has developed the Creative Africa Nexus (CANEX) program that is supporting the creatives and cultural industries in Africa and the diaspora through financing, debt, equity and advisory, capacity building, digital solutions, linkages and partnerships, investments, and export promotion and policy advocacy. The bank believes that deploying capital in strategic creative sectors will catalyze trade among Africa and her diaspora. The bank establishes a $500 million creative and cultural industry facility allocated to creative industries, specifically film, music, fashion, visual arts and craft, and sports. The bank believes in the development of the facility will drive industrialization and exports through infrastructural development. Afreximbank also established the Creative Africa Advisory Group, comprises of thought leaders and experts in the creative industry, which possess the passion and drive to voluntarily provide the much needed guidance in the expertise in the implementation of the bank's creative economic strategy. I am proud to be co-chair of this illustrious group of experts which are committed to the effective implementation of the program. While we understand the enormity of the task at hand, we believe without a shadow of doubt that working together as governments, financial institutions, organizations, business entities, and individuals with firm commitment, conviction, and relentless ambition, we will transform the fortunes of Africa's creative industries. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one thing we're doing well at CANEX is to bring the creative sector to market opportunities, bringing investors close so that we can appreciate the creatives as an asset class that can generate high returns for them to include in their portfolios. To this end, we hold a number of CANEX events. For those of you who were with us in Durban, South Africa last year, we held the CANEX at IATF, which brought together 3,000 delegates from film, fashion, music, art, crafts, and sports, and generated over $70 million in creative deals. This afternoon, we are here to announce that Creative African Nexus Weekend will hold in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire from the 25th to the 27th of November, 2022. CANEX Weekend will be a prominent gathering of creatives, potential investors, industry leaders, creative industry businessmen and government representatives, enabling business to business and business to government networking and deal-making opportunities. Creatives will also have various opportunities to connect and engage with Africa and the diaspora's leading voices in music, film, fashion, crafts, visual arts, literature, gaming, VR sports, and more. Please register now for free to be part of the event at www.canex.africa. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you in Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben Murray Bruce. The founder and president of Silverbird Group and the co-chair of the Creative Africa Advisory Group. It's almost time for lunch, but let's nourish your ears a little bit. One of the most creative, one of the most unique and versatile wind instruments in the world is the saxophone. I love the saxophone. And the most unique and innovative player of that wind instrument in Windhoek, Namibia, is Susie Isis. She's back again for a 5-minute performance. Give her a round of applause. Susie Isis. Susie Isis, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent. Marvelous. So that music is going to usher us into lunch smoothly. We're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm told that they may start the proceedings here around about 2. I know that's very soon. So if you can get back, grab something to eat and get back here, because there's a very exciting and interesting panel coming up that includes His Excellency the Minister of Information from Nigeria, amongst others. So try to be back in this room around 2 o'clock or so. I'll see you then. I hope you enjoyed the first half of today, and I'll see you after lunch, or maybe during lunch. Thank you.
Lotus. Check this. This.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kick off the afternoon plenary. Thank you very much for joining us. And of course, we have a live audience joining us from across the African continent as we broadcast live at 2 o'clock across multiple channels across the African continent, all 54 countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to ask a very well-known personality on the African continent, Bosun Omofaye, who is a celebrity himself, and he is Arise News. Please give him a huge hand as he comes up to moderate the session that will be talking about basically leveraging the creative power of African youth to leverage the African Continental Free Trade Area. Thank you so much. Bosun.
Thank you so much, Obrowin. Sometimes I feel that I was born too early. I'll be 55 in August, so sometimes when I see what the youths are doing today, what some of us were doing with typewriter and all those things in this era, is a different new world altogether. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists that are coming in today for this panel that is a continuation of some of the conversations that have been held since the start of the conference and how Afreximbank has mainstreamed the role of youth, the creative power of these hundreds of millions of youth across the continent, and they're looking at the rest of us to give them direction, to give them help, to support them with policies, with finance, and other things that they will need to build the next generation of economic powerhouse of the African continent. So thank you very much, Afrexim, for putting this together. And please, let me begin to invite my panel, because we have about an hour, to drill down on about 3 or 4 key areas: education and what skill do they need? Where is the finance? How do we become an exporter of creative and technological products that we need to go to the rest of the world and not just a consumer, but also how we can put all of this together within the mainstream of the EFCFTA era that we are currently in. Africa needs that economic transformation. So we want to hear from those of you and my panelists what is being done in your various countries and how we can all lock it all together into a single bullet, as it were, or capsule, so that we can all give it to the youth and then they can keep moving. So let me just get started by introducing the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports for the Republic of Egypt, Dr. Ashraf Sobi. Please come to the podium. May I also invite Dr. Mahmoud El Matini, the President of Ain Shams University of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Dr. Mohammed, thank you very much. And Honorable Ntlantla Nene, the Chairman of the Advisory Board of Africa 5.0. Please put your hands together for Honorable Ntlantla Nene. Also a member of my panel is the Minister of Culture and Francophone Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, Ms. François Remac. I think she'll be joining us momentarily, as well as the Honorable Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Lai Mohammed. I've seen him around, and I'm sure he will be joining us on the panel any moment soon. I guess he's still in the speaker's room. So let me just get started with my Thank you very much. It's good to have you. Sorry, lunchtime is a very pretty interesting time to have a conversation when folks have either gone to lunch or coming back from lunch. So you'll understand the whole. But again, as been said, this is transmitted across Africa and around the world. So they're all watching this conversation. We're going to go through a very interesting conversation around how we can leverage the creative power of African youth for economic transformation that Africa needs. Now, we're now at the start of the implementation of the EFCFTA era. Now, we need to onboard the youth. And before we onboard them, we need to empower them. So what are we doing as governments, as private sectors, as stakeholders in the entire ecosystem to make sure that the youths are empowered and enabled and prepared for that future that they've already opened the doors already and we're just following, at least those of us who are on this side of the hall. Okay, so I'm going to start with the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports for the Republic of Egypt, Your Excellency, and I'm going to ask you for a few points. We've seen technology being used to facilitate trades and what have you, but if you want to target trade and trade integration related areas, if you're a technology focused young entrepreneur, how would you make an entry into the new emerging world of technology and creative art, music, fashion, movies, and what have you that the youths are already in? So if you're a young entrepreneur, how would you make an inroad?
Firstly, thank you very much for being here and joining this agreed meeting and conference. Thank you for the Central Bank of Egypt and the whole hostings for the African activities and even for the agreement of commercial agreement, African commercial agreement. Since it started yesterday with His Excellency, the President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the President of Egypt, who is giving the whole support for the youth. Whatever the thinking, whatever the visions, he by himself subsidized the whole thinking. Based on that, we have the International Youth Forum and even the local youth forums, and he's sitting by himself with the all workshop and the all leaders speaking and convert the recommendations with the government to have the plan of actions and setting the strategic ways and strategy planning to implement in the country. And actually in 8 years we have a difference working with the youth to release the energy of the youth in whole activities with the strategic ways. Within the integrations, working with the whole government and local environments. Out of that, we have the new projects for the National Academy of Youth and the PLP programs that toward to empowerment of the youth, but before the empowerment to educate and give the facilities of thinking, changing the methodology and give the whole education skills for the future and the needs, demands of the youth towards the future's work and the needs of the country as well. Actually, if I'm speaking as a Minister of Youth and Sports, and especially I'm going the youth who have our national strategy for the youth to release and to have the use and the power of the youth to use them actually for the present and for the futures and whole activities and the whole planning as per the national strategy of Egypt, like Egypt 2030, for instance. So we have 9 pillars and 9 pillars. It's giving and serve 4 targets and 9 pillars. That we have KPIs, initiatives, and most of the futures skills and futures job actually based on the technology. Based on the technology is language of the present and even the future and opportunity of the futures as well. Because of that, we cooperate with the ministries, the whole ministries in Egypt, like Ministry of Technology and Communications, with the universities in Egypt, and even with the international base of technology to create the platforms everywhere and using the language of technology. But we insist to start with the educations. Educations starting from the very early, because of we do have 2 kinds of educations: the basic educations with curriculums based on the schools and the university, but we have equal line of educations. The equal lines of educations, we are going toward that one because we have a lot of ways like the innovation centers. We do have 11 big innovation centers in the country. As well, we have 5,000 of the youth community in Egypt as well. We do have 1,200 club, and we're using the club, even the public clubs, out of the private sector in that one. So we are using our facilities to educate and equal educations and innovation centers for the young to innovate something to for them to initiate their thinking and the thinking design for them toward the futures. Actually, we have to cooperation with Africa, and we have this agreement with the African commercial free zone. Actually, it's amazing work with the African, the whole Africans is good opportunities for the youth in Africa, because we have 70% of the populations under 30 years in Africa. And the situations and positioning of Africa is huge in the middle of the world. But we are missing the cooperation for the youth in all continents in Africa, in demographic and geographic way, how to use our facilities. We are doing that in Egypt, what we try to do it in all Africa, because of in Egypt, we have a lot of programs and initiatives of African youth. Just I was speaking to my colleagues yesterday. Just we finished a big and huge program. We call it Nasser Program for Leadership. Nasser Program for Leadership. We have 150 youth leaders, and we are giving them the whole skills, educations, equal education, innovations, and they have the tour everywhere in Egypt to see whatever the capabilities that we gather them together. And we do have another program, we call it African Boats. African Boats, we have 2 boats with the Nile cruise. It's for 900 kilometers in a river, and they are sitting together in 10 days. They are speaking, they have the facilities to speak to each other and the program, and even the cultures thinking of them. And they are going for the municipalities to get off and to see even the ancient monuments or the cultures. Then they have recommendations after the one. And the another, we are using the sports actually to gather them. Maybe I'll stop for the other and I'll continue again. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. I know to do entrepreneurial whatever in sports, I know you have your football club of Egypt, by the way. You play football and all of that, so we love soccer. But again, one of the key challenges for African youth is where to find the financing for them. Because some of these youths have very big creative ideas, but they don't have collateral because they're just young. So that's what I'm going to ask Mr. Ntlanhlanene about the issue of financing and funding. Where do you think the youth will be able to find the right financing? What are the options they have? Should they lean on the governments or the sovereigns, for example? Can the banks help? They don't have collateral, they don't have whatever. So how do you think we can increase funding? We're seeing a lot of inflows, by the way, into fintech startups across Africa, so we know that already. But we need to fund a whole lot more of creative work that these youths are working on, or that is locked in their brain. They need funding to bring it to fruition. Talk to me.
Thank you very much.
Echo.
There is a bit of an echo.
Echo, there's an echo.
Which makes it very difficult, yeah. But I don't know, I'm going to try and see whether the echo doesn't, I'm not sure whether it's because of the emptiness of the room.
Yes, a bit.
But thank you very much. It's indeed my singular honor and privilege to be part of this esteemed panel, discussing a very important point with regards to leveraging the creative power of African youth for economic transformation. And you correctly point out that in order for that to succeed, This needs to be funded. It needs to be properly, you need to build the requisite capacity. But more than that, we also need political will and understanding of this, of the youth of our time. You couldn't have chosen a better, topic for today's discussions, because as you know that when we talk about the implementation of the AFCFTA, it is looking into the future more than anything, and the future belongs to the youth. And if you do not, empower them to be able to, be the leaders in determining their own destiny, we will not succeed. Firstly, the reason why investing in youth is so important in deploying resources in that space is precisely because of the challenges that have been raised in most of the speakers have spoken about how Africa has got the most youthful population globally, and also that this youthful population has no option but to turn to entrepreneurship, and also that the continent has the lowest economic integration, and that Africa stands at the cusp of a digital transformation. Now, if we take that into account, as in my capacity as the chair of the advisory board of Africa 5.0, one of the things that we think need to be done is to address the gap in technology and creative actor investment through effective communication, allowing the youth to tell their stories. And in order for them to do that, you do need to create a platform, and a platform should be located at where you would find them. So there would need to be comprehensive changes in the structure of the banking industry to be able to do that. And of course, governments themselves need to create an investment environment that is conducive, because at the end of the day, unless we treat this investment as not just expenditure in terms of government resources, but as investing in the future, but also allowing the youth the space to be able to explore these opportunities, because actually I'm saying you should not be creating, the Silicon Valleys of this time. We should actually be looking at creating an environment where you break the barriers, allow the youth to be able to, as they access the resources and the funds, they must be able to actually think outside of the box, because being in the creative industry, being in the cultural industries, has a lot to do with people thinking outside the box. So the funding, we need to put in place funding instruments that understand exactly what the youth require. And it's for that reason that I applauded one of the speakers in our earlier engagements here, who said, perhaps what is not happening enough is allowing the youth themselves. And I think I would need to half my age to qualify to speak on behalf of the youth. And as they would say, nothing about us without us. So we also need to make them part of even our putting together our processes that would focus on putting funding in order for them to really fly.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Ntlanhlanene. And I love your point. I'm just thinking, as you were saying, do we need an African youth bank?
Well, that would be part of what might actually work. But I've seen institutions that, even though you've set up an institution, unless that institution is actually structured to be able to achieve that, because the first impediment would either be us as officials sitting atop those institutions. They don't understand, the real beneficiaries of that. So if there is an African Youth Bank, it must be driven by the youth.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your contributions. I'm going to ask the Honorable Minister for Information, Culture, and you for Nigeria, Mohammed. Thank you very much for coming through. When you talk about the Nigerian experience in terms of the conversation in leveraging the creative power of youths, tell me a little bit about the Nigeria's experience in recent years. That's what I want you to speak to first.
Thank you very much. I must first apologize. I was waiting to be called in at the waiting room, so I apologize for coming late. I think the Nigerian experience in the creative industry, especially with the youth, is quite interesting. We have a youth population of about 52 million people in Nigeria. I'm talking about young men between the ages of 18 and 35. And this is the age group of most of our practitioners. They be musicians, film producers, fashion designers, photographers, and the like. And this is a huge number. And not only are they huge, they also have very huge potentials. Now, our last record shows that we have over 204 million active internet users, about 33 million active social media users, and the significant thing about the youth and the sector in Nigeria is that most of the growth of the industry in Nigeria has been as a result more of the grit and hard work of the individuals involved in this industry, not so much as the institutional support they've received. This is one area, and I think it's not unique to Nigeria. I think it's all of Africa. We're actually chasing, our youth in the area of entrepreneurship, in music, in the film industry, in gastronomy, or in fashion. But what is important, I think, for us, all over in Africa in particular, is that governments all across the continent must make conscious efforts to evolve policies and programs that will address the challenges of the youth in actualizing their potentials. I think one of the challenges which we have just discussed now is the issue of financing. The truth of the matter is that all the conventional financing system will not help the African youth educative industry to grow. We must, I think, be more creative. The kind of finance that an industrialist will need is not the kind of finance that a creative industry person will need. For instance, how do you expect a young man straight from university to provide collaterals in terms of probably real estate, houses, and the like? They cannot do it. But I think we need to look rather at the area of venture capital, because in the creative industry, you need financing a capital which is patient. Not 3 years, not 4 years, not 5 years. And it should not be the kind of capital that you need me to bring landed property. On the other hand, what will guarantee that kind of capital probably be effective management. So there should be a marriage between the talents and the venture capital, where the venture capital will provide the finances needed on long term, but to guarantee also that that finance is not filtered away. They also provide very good management. Another area where I think we have challenges, and that probably is not limited to Nigeria, is in the area of skill set. Nigeria, like most African countries, is a country of stories, it's a country of folklores, and we can really leverage on these folklores and these stories to create content. Contents abound in Africa. What we lack is the skill set, and how do we monetize these skills, this content. For instance, we all know how much Harry Potter has made, and the author of Harry Potter has made over, a theme around witchcraft. I mean, witchcraft is a story in Africa that, we in Africa, witchcraft is not a myth. We live it every day. So you can imagine if we had been able to monetize this kind of folklore and story, we'll be able to make more money for our younger.
You mean folklore around the tortoise and the air?
And here, yes, which I think which abounds, across
that resonates
across Africa.
We'll take it a little bit further because I'm going to ask you a little bit later again on the same issue of financing and government support. But I'm going to go to, we'll talk about finance, we'll talk about what Egypt's doing. Let's talk about education and schooling, and that's where Dr. Mohammed Matini comes in when we talk about educational system. We'll talk about, is it the primary education we need? Do we really need a kind of a curricula that is different? Do we want the youth to go a little bit more just professional, straight out of school, or they just go straight? Because again, when you look at what the youths in Africa are doing right now, sometimes it's like they don't even, some of them don't even do the formal education at all. It just comes straight out of the brain, and you keep wondering, how do they know it? So how do they get to understand how these little things work when they haven't gone to school, for example? Take a mobile phone, for example. 6 months, 1 year old can manipulate it just by looking at the mother, and they could just get it done, or they watch it to that. So what needs to change in terms of education, professional training, and what have you, so that we can move from where we are right now and put the knowledge and skills and training together for them to move from the point of just being creative content developer. They can go into high-level technology. We're talking about virtual reality. Can they create equipment? Can they build laptops? Can they put together the kind of technology goods that we can export out of the continent?
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for having me. Actually, the education, I'll speak from the higher education perspective here, if I may, because we're speaking today about the leveraging the youth capacity for creativity and capabilities. And you're speaking about youth, we have to always remember that Africa is the youngest continent in the world. We have, as we were speaking with our colleagues just before coming here, that we're around 55 to 60% of the African population is below the age of 24, 25, 40% below the age of 15, and I would consider them children. So when it comes to youth, you are left with around 200 million Africans in the age at the age of from 15 to 24. And this is a huge capacity for African continent, because if you imagine that these 200 million are very well educated in what we call the innovative education, I think we're going to top the world. We have our challenges, of course, but to go and to look to the higher education system in Africa, how could we change it to cope with the creativity and innovation and the very rapid pace, the digital transformation, for example, took place, especially in the last 2 years, facing the COVID. I think we have to think and to acknowledge the fourth industrial revolution, knowledge 4.0 and 5.0, and this by appreciating the rapidly changed labor market needs. The labor market needs is changing very rapidly and more than ever before. And to present the graduate ready for this changing labor market, I think we have to go into what we call the fourth generation university. And by the fourth generation university, we mean not only education and research and community service, but as well creativity and entrepreneurship, innovation, and so forth. This is why to present to our African community a graduate capable really of competing nationally and globally by skilling, what we call skilling, reskilling, and upskilling, all the time skilling. So how are we going to do that? I think we're going to do that by what we call the innovative education. And what is innovative education? Innovative education is that there is a total paradigm shift from what degree do you have to ask ourselves, what can you do and what can you do effectively? And to prepare our youth and graduates for this, we need at least three new components within our universities that were not present before. This is the innovation hubs, and if we think bigger, it will go to the science park. And the innovation hub actually is the innovation arm of the modern education. It's fostering innovation through a series of actions: awareness, capacity building, pre-incubators, incubators, accelerators, by going to the market. Now we have this in the university, in the modern universities. And thanks to the financing bodies like today, we've been hosted, all of us, by the Central Bank of Egypt. It's our strategic partner in Ain Shams University, and they supported us a lot to start our first innovation hub in the scale that we would imagine is the best worldwide and can compete. And next to the innovation hub, in the same premises, because we'll speak about the spaces and giving them enough spaces, we have our career center, or the employment arm for our students when they are still students, by giving them internships, job shadowing, part-time jobs, and so forth, and preparing our youth, the young graduate and the young researchers, and even our alumni for the job market. From very early on in the first year in the university, discover yourself, where is your talent, and we embrace this as time goes on until he can get the suitable job. And the last thing would be the training and development center. Again, this is for skilling, upskilling, and reskilling, as we say, for the soft skills, because the digital era has really overshadowed everything. Everything is digitalized, and you have been asked in the universities and in all education firms to go online overnight. If you remember, at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, everything went online overnight, and here we are, were we ready? The answer is no. We had a lot of problem in the infrastructure. We had an unpreparedness of the students and the faculty for total online, and this necessitated a tremendous amount of investment, both for capacity building and training of the faculty as well as the students for that, and at the same time to invest in the infrastructure, connectivity, devices, and so forth. If I want to end here, I would like to end by an important thing about the education. Who are the teachers or the instructors now compared to before? I think the teachers now should be more like facilitators and not in the orthodox instructor facing his or her students in the classroom for hours face-to-face. And the student, the new student, the student of today and of tomorrow, is more capable of following and engineering his own learning journey, because the classroom has changed. You never know where the classroom will be now. It could be anywhere, the classroom, and any time because of the online. And I'll end by saying that here we must know that we could teach the foundation knowledge online and save the precious time of face-to-face physical existence in the classroom for acknowledging and giving our students the important soft skills of communication, teamwork skills, communication skills, really investing in these important and valued skills that maybe were not important in the old days, so can invest the face-to-face in these skills, and the knowledge and the basic knowledge could be online. This is sort of hybrid learning that is now available in all modern institutions, including our institution, and I think the time will never go back, and even after getting rid of whether the COVID or another pandemic, it will stay in the form of modern LMS, Learning Management System, SIS, the Student Information System, and a sort of hybrid learning and teaching with more and more interactions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. We'll talk a little bit more about education. I'm going to ask the Honorable Dr. Ashraf for a few questions around. Egypt is one of Africa's leading industrial manufacturing hub, automobiles and what have you. My next question to you will be, how soon do you think we can get youth in Egypt, and you think across Africa, to begin to produce robotics, for example, and begin to provide the kind of technology that will be part of the global trade. The AFCFTA needs this. We need to onboard what the youths can produce as part of the economic transformation and trade across Africa and globally speaking. So I want you to think about that for about a moment, because I'm going to go first to Dr. Nene. And Dr. Mohammed has spoken about education and what have you. Now, we want the youth to also become entrepreneurs, not just in the informal market. We want to mainstream them into the bigger and wider economic transformation agenda that the EFCFTA is. So they need business skills. And where do you think they can get those business skills to become businessmen? Not just innovators, but also businessmen. They need accounting, they need knowledge, they need knowledge about management. They need to become business leaders, not just innovators. So, how do you think we can bring that on board? Where can they find such knowledge and skills? And how can we quickly begin to turn what they're doing a lot informally into a formal business and economic world of the continent?
I think that's where you find the need for the private sector and the public sector to work closely together to create an environment. Firstly, I mean, there are things like intellectual property that needs to be protected in the interests of these young entrepreneurs. All of those, unless they have the skills and the understanding that their knowledge and that their, innovation is actually wealth that needs to be protected in terms of intellectual property, as I've said, but also you'll find that there are huge amounts of resources and investments that are actually lying in fintech, which is the order of the day. And the young people in that space perhaps do not understand that their knowledge and their stories also are a commodity in itself that need to be protected in order to continue to be an investment that generates returns for them. So it's important for the private sector and the public sector to work together to make sure that these entrepreneurs are not only left to their own devices in order to be able just to be entrepreneurs and be able to make money, but also to learn how to manage the resources that they have, both in terms of intellectual property, but also the wealth that they have created, but also that even the storytelling that we actually, in our case of digital media space, that entrepreneurs are actually just given an opportunity to tell their stories and to own their stories, but out of their stories, because it's there that they are able to actually enter into a network where they actually work with others and turn those stories into a real, wealth that would actually sustain them into the future.
We appreciate your interventions. Please, I know the hall is half empty, but can we give my panelists a round of applause, please? That is well appreciated. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. So, Honorable Ashraf, so we need industrialization, as my question went earlier, for the youth to begin to produce robotics. They need to build mobile phones. They need to build a whole lot of technology, the whole new hardware that the world is spending so much dollars. We keep importing to the African continent. So, do you think we have what it takes to move the youth to begin to think of these kind of goods, technology, innovative products that are needed?
Thank you for the questions. Actually, you are right for what you are speaking and saying, because of the youth. They are very smart nowadays because of they have the whole knowledge since they start up their age. So in any family you could find the kids in 6 years, he's knowing what he's doing in his device. And we knew, and we have the prediction since maybe 10 years before and 10 years ago, that the world will be on device, and now we are on device. This make us to search how to use the informations and the availability of the informations for the youth and how to prepare them to match and face the future. It's not easy for doing that one, but needs a lot of collaborations for the whole society. If I'm starting with the Egypt as a case study, because we are speaking for the future for the cooperations with the whole Africa, but now we have to see an analysis for the case study in different country actually. It's rapidly changing because of the communications is very fast, faster than our thinking. So our thinking for the futures and manage the present sometimes. We have a lot of cooperations and we are using the cooperation with the central bank initiatives because of they make the availability of fund for more than 2 billions Egyptian pounds for the loans to initiate the youth for their job and is saving the business plan and the visibility study to cooperate and helping them if they have the entrepreneurship or the small startup company or whatever. And we cooperate with the our national authority for SMEs. So we cooperate with them and they are saving the same facilities with a huge fund of the money. And we are giving the youth the future because of our saying there is no more to think about the future of government jobs. So there is no government jobs. We are going towards the private sectors. So the dream of the actually university students or before than that, he not thinking about the job opportunity in the government, he is thinking about his skills. And we have to save the skills and the future skills to educate the youth in incubators. So we have a lot of incubators and starting from 10 years and we have the gradually above than that to give them the entrepreneurship skills and to educate them how to start up the small company and the middle range of the company, and even the government of Egypt give the subsidize and support for encouragement of the national project with the private sectors to save the future of the for the whole youth actually for the job opportunities. So we have to go for the thinking of integrating systems, not only one or another sectors, I mean in Egypt. Because of that, you were asking about the technology and how to educate. We have in the Ministry of Youth and Sports actually a lot of initiatives and program and sustainable programs. So we have a program, we call it Ribotek. Robotics in English, you report. So we have this one to give the educations of the kids starting from 4 years ago, how to make the study of the reports, how to make the report by yourself, how to innovate it. So we have in 6 years old and above some of innovations in that one, and even we have part of our program, we have competitions everywhere in university with His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud. He is part of the leaders of that as a president of one of the famous universities, Ain Shams University in Cairo. So we have a creativity competitions. The creativity competitions, we have a competitions in 27 government university as well. It's 3.1 millions, and the university in the private sectors and more than 200 institutions, higher institutions. So we have a competitions in the cultures, in the music and arts, and the technology as well. And we give some of the prize or the rewards of that one to initiatives, to have the initiatives and the outcomes of the creativity and technology of the thing. For the private sector, they come to subsidize the production of them to have their own project in that one. Because of that, I'm speaking about the we have to save the educations of and develop the skills. We have to push the private sectors too much hard about that. And we have to save the fund for entrepreneurship and the startup companies, and we have to start very early. Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports. Your colleague for Egypt, Honorable Lai Mohammed, was mentioned the Central Bank of Egypt and supporting the providing youth entrepreneurship in this very great country that's hosting the Afreximbank as its headquarters and also this particular annual meetings. I'm aware that the Central Bank of Nigeria is also working with your ministry and with the Bankers Committee and making sure that Nigeria's creative industry come back very strong, leveraging more than 50 million Nigerian youths that are currently, and the population is also increasing. Bring us up to speed about some of the projects that you're working with the Central Bank of Nigeria, the interventions that the Central Bank is doing in your field or your portfolio when it comes to creative, film, movies, music, and fashion in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Yes, like I said at the beginning, there have always been these conventional methods of, financing the creative industry, but which we have found not to be too effective. For instance, the Central Bank of Nigeria has a $50 million grant for the creative industry, but regrettably, very few, creative, industry practitioners have been able to access this fund for the reasons I had already elaborated. Now, but there's this new initiative between the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Bankers Committee, through which the Bankers Committee is investing about $100 million in refurbishing the iconic National Theatre. National Theatre was built in 1977-78, and since then, unfortunately, it has not seen too much maintenance. So, in the last 40 years, there has been no major maintenance or refurbishment of the National Theatre. But with this massive infusion of funds from the Central Bank, we are looking towards a brand new refurbished National Theatre, which will now again become the hub for the creative industry in Nigeria. But I think the initiative goes far beyond that, because in addition to refurbishing the National Theatre, the fund is also going to be used to have 4 new hubs within the premises. A hub for film, a hub for music, a hub for fashion, and another one for IT. The whole idea is to convert the whole premises into what we now call the Lagos Entertainment and Creative Centers, so that we can incubate young artists. The skill gap, which we've already been complaining about in the areas of fashion, in music, in the film industry, will now be taken care of. There will be proper capacity building, and that will also lead to the better infrastructure in the industry. But to come back again to the issue of the funding, and this one is easy in the sense that it is a direct investment of the central bank. It's not a loan to the federal government. Of course, to safeguard their investment also, the federal government and the Bankers Committee agreed on a memorandum of understanding which would give the management of the National Theatre to a special purpose vehicle created by both the federal government and the Bankers Committee called Theatre Partners. The Theatre Partners will run the National Theatre for a period of 21 years, so that the investment of the Central Bank and the Bankers Committee, they will be able to recoup it, because we found out that government is not always the best managers of facilities. But again, I always want to come back to this issue of funding for the creative industry. In 2021, the the creative industry, or what I call the venture capital, actually invested over $1 billion in 2021 in many startups in Nigeria. But regrettably, only 1%, that $1 billion, went into the creative sector. 99% went into fintechs. Now, yes, we need fintechs, but we also need creative industry. So I think my strong advice is that while fintech is very important, and we need fintechs, we should also probably try and get more of this venture capital into film, into music, into photography, into gastronomy, into the hospitality industry, and that will make for a more robust, economy. I did visit some of these startups. I think I will be in March this year, and I was quite amazed and impressed at the ingenuity of our young ones in areas of innovation, ranging from those, inventing new technology for the medical profession to be able to distinguish between fake drugs and original drugs. Those who are working on a new gas stove for the domestic use. But yes, I agree that we need to invest in fintechs, but we need actually to invest much more than we are doing now in the creative industry.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Information Culture for Nigeria. And I'm going to go straight when it comes to about the fintech issue. Mr. Tatlanene, I'm going to ask you, why do you think fintech has become the poster boy, in a manner of speaking, for venture capitals, private equity folks around the world, and even within Africa, that they want to invest in the youth? They think fintech is the window to get in. The entire culture and creative industry needs a whole lot. We need fintech, but again, how can we expand the whole funding, financing, investment, angel investment, whatever it is, in beyond the fintech folks who seem to be running away with the whole basket of money right now, and seem to be leaving the more creative industry behind. You have any idea for me?
Look, fintech stands actually at a very strategic point in the entire value chain, because it has the potential to actually, attract investment, and as it attracts investment, it is also a vehicle to facilitate, financial transactions in a way. So it is therefore important, and I would imagine that this time around, if you invest in fintech, that's why I said those huge investments should be used to develop a financial technology that enhances growth and development. So that whatever funds the fintech creates should be invested back into various sectors, including the creative industry. And I think it's a pity that in instances where they have generated those resources, they are not adequately deployed in an equitable manner that begins to raise the economy in all sectors. But they also create high value of digital assets that enhance business performance and drive trade and investment. So it is important that the investment that goes into fintech is carefully, deployed in order to be able to be an enabler rather than just an investment in its own, but also to create a platform for the growth of the other sectors, especially the financial sector.
Thank you. Dr. Mohammed, you sit in a university, and you can see through the classroom the youth bubbling with a whole lot of creative ideas, and the other speaker spoke about intellectual property earlier that needs to be locked down. In a number of jurisdictions on the continent, we're beginning to see a few issues between the youth who says they develop X, Y, and it's being used by other institutions, and to say they're going to courts and what have you. So issues around intellectual property arbitration, whatever, need to come in, and we need to make sure that these folks don't feel cheated, or the ideas have been taken away by local whatever. So, do you have any idea for us on how they can, right from where they're in school, they can begin to see the process of intellectual property and not just think they have an idea, they can just throw it in the wind and it just fly away and someone else just go pick it up somewhere and begin to make millions and billions out of it?
Thank you for the question. Actually, it's a very important point. And back to the entrepreneurship, and I'm going to touch on the intellectual property. In Africa, actually, Africa is one of the highest rate of entrepreneurship in the world. It's estimated by the African Development Bank in 2018 that 22% of the African youth goes into entrepreneurship. 27% of them are females, but only 7% who continues with this successful and ongoing entrepreneurship all the way to the startups and after. And when we looked why is this happening, it's for several reasons: the lack of giant enterprises that could embrace these innovations and new ideas and startups, the lack of knowledge and maybe the suitable innovative education that I spoke about earlier. But one of the important points was that we cannot protect this innovation, and the lack of protection because of the lack of the intellectual property policies and so forth, whether at the institution level or at the national level. And what we're trying to do is that now we raise our intellectual property right policies within the institution, going and abiding with what's going on in the norms of the country as a whole and of the whole world. And I think this is very important so that the innovative ideas and the startups could be really embraced and protected and be a real added value to the institution and to the country, what we call the knowledge economy. So I don't know if I answered the question?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We want to see them make money from whatever comes out from them, so it's very, very important. I think my final point to everyone on the panel was that there will always be some crisis, such as the virus pandemic, and we all know that the culture and creative industry is tied to hospitality, to leisure, and all of that. So they're all tied together when it comes to the creative industry. So we need to see how resilient the Africa's CCI could be moving forward. So I'm going to start asking for your ideas on how we can build resilience into what has been done so far and how we can take it to the next level. Now we'll talk about geopolitics in Eastern Europe as well. So a few external headwinds are buffeting what we're doing on the African continent, and the youth will be the one who will drive the next generation of whatever is happening ahead. So they need to be fully supported at the moment to move the whole idea of the EFCFTA and regional trade and all that forward. So I'm going to ask from, I'm going to allow the special host, which is Egypt, to conclude. So I'm going to start from the Honorable Minister of Information, Youth and Culture for Nigeria. We need to build resilience, and one of the institutions that the youth are looking forward to and looking up to right now across the various services is the government. So how much more do you think the government can do to ensure that the level of growth and development that the youths have done in the creative and culture industries can be maintained moving forward and into the future, in which they can become part of the mainstream economic transformation, growth and development of the African continent?
Thank you very much. I don't think we've witnessed the last pandemic in the world. I mean, the scientists say we should expect other pandemics. But what is the lesson of this pandemic to all of us? And what we did in Nigeria as soon as the pandemic came on was to try and see the effect of the pandemic on the creative industry in particular. and we were amazed by the outcome of our survey. Before now, we thought that music and the film industry were the industries that generated the most revenue and created jobs. But we were shocked with the result of our survey to learn that hospitality industry has a revenue about 1.2 trillion naira, while film has only about 170 billion, and the film industry has 500 billion in revenue only. But the most shocking part was to realize that the fashion industry actually has about 2 trillion revenue, annually, while the makeup cosmetic industry is about 1.6 trillion. Now, it was an eye-opener to government to see where to put what reform and where to put what support. But I think above all that the government learned that we need to build more infrastructure. And infrastructure we're talking about here, such as platforms, we need to create a more enabling environment for the industry, such as the pioneer status which we have granted many industries. I think it has to be expanded. What we now, we do have a pioneer status for people in the film and the music, but I think we need to expand it to cover areas of, fashion, hospitality industry, makeup, and the like. But I think what we also learned about, through the pandemic is how fragile the industry is. It's one of the most fragile industries, one of the industries that is really, really easily affected by any pandemic. Because be it, the hospitality industry, be it the music industry, be it film, it's about people gathering together. And once they cannot gather together, you see a lot of drop in, there were no concerts, there were no events, there were no get-together. So when you look at an economy like Nigeria's economy, which actually thrives on the creative industry, I'm not talking about the formal economy, I'm talking about the informal economy. An economy where we realize that in a year, in Lagos alone, we have about 10,000 parties, ceremonies in a year in Lagos. It's amazing. And of course, it's also opened our eyes to the fact that we need more, infrastructure such as, centers and venues for concerts. We need multi-purpose halls for, events such as the music, concerts, and film. When you look at our major artists like Burna Boy, like Davido, they sell out in arenas like O2
in the US, yeah.
and other parts of the world. And we're talking about arenas of 20,000, seats, and they are sold out within days. We can see what that would bring to Nigeria if we can have this kind of,
Nigeria needs investment.
We do need
to build a 3,000 capacity.
Yes, we need to. We need to invite the private sector. That is one area where they can never go wrong. Investing in event centers, investing in concert halls, investing in infrastructure that will support the creative industry.
What the Nigeria's Minister of Information and Culture is saying, bring the billions of dollars into Nigeria and invest in such facilities. That's the final word. Please give him a round of applause. Honorable Lai Mohammed, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mr. Lenary, I'm sure South Africa was also hit by the pandemic and the creative and culture industry, hospitality and leisure all put together, and the youth were also, everyone were sitting at home over the last 2 years, technically speaking. So how can we build resilience? Everyone is getting back out and on the street and into various studios and doing fashion and whatever. So my point very quickly is, if you can give me this about 60 seconds, how can we do more from what you're hearing from Africa 5.0 about how the youths want to get on? with technology, with ICT, with creative industry, and other within the Southern African space.
Thank you again. And I think the pandemic indeed did catch us off guard because we were used to the traditional way of doing things. But as we would all agree that behind every challenge and every crisis, there are opportunities that can be explored. What is good with the creative industry is that content can actually be consumed without necessarily being in person. So I think what we lacked was the capacity and the infrastructure and the platforms to be able to consume content wherever we are, in the comfort of our homes, in the comfort of our areas, rather than having to be in person. So because of us having at the cusp of major digital transformation, so consuming digital content becomes easier, actually, as long as we have the necessary connectivity and the necessary infrastructure to be able to consume content without necessarily having to be there in person. And I think it is important that we build that infrastructure, that we build that capacity to be able to consume content and create it in platforms where especially the young people are, as we did say, because where are you going to find them? You will find them more on Instagram, you'll find them more on your WhatsApp, you'll find them more on all your digital platforms, and that is where you should be able to deploy content for them to consume and be able to get them to enjoy this outside.
Thank you so much, Lenary. Thank you for Chairman Advisory Board of Africa 5.0. Dr. Mohammed, should we mainstream the AFCFTA within the university curricula?
Can you repeat the question, because I have a problem?
The AFCFTA.
Yes.
Can it become part of the university curricula?
Yes. This is an important question, and actually I want to comment and end by 2 points. First, about the research and how it could help in this and the partnership. In terms of research, I think what we are prioritizing to support the kind of research that is serving all the SDGs, the 17 SDGs, and the Africa Agenda 2063, and the Strategic Agenda for Egypt 2030. So all, when it comes to sustainability, climate change, everything about energy, water resources, and so forth. This is the kind of research that we are supporting in our institutions, in the higher education institution, and in this country, and give it always a prioritization. And we always say, if you want to go global, think local. In other words, when we are conducting our research, we should consider our own problems in Egypt and in the African continent. And this takes us immediately to the partnership. I think that we need more and more partnership between our higher education institution on the one hand, and the higher education institution and the main players like the government, civil society, and the private sector on the other hand. This is very important, because what we learned from the crisis, including the pandemic, that when it arrived, I'm sorry to say that, but it's the truth, that Africa could be left alone behind. Africa could be left alone, but again, within the opportunities that appeared amid all the challenges, is that when we get together and work together and we execute together, we perform better and we solve our own problems by our own creative youth and governance.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please a round of applause for Dr. Mohammed. I'm going to give you the floor for the final word from His Excellency Dr. Ashraf Sabi, the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports for Egypt, to give us his closing remarks for about a minute, please.
Thank you very much. Actually, I will be in details, so I will speak in Arabic for some of the recommendations to use the translations if it's allowed. في الحقيقة أنا يعني I meant to speak in Arabic because of some of the recommendations, and this came from the youth studies about the agreements and commercial agreements in Africa, because of its big opportunity to have that one, to encourage the gathering and the whole African Union and African country to work together and to have the youth capabilities and the power of them. الإمكانات التنموية الضخمة التي تتمتع بها القارة الأفريقية تقابلها العديد من التحديات التي يأتي في مقدمتها تواضع وضعف البنية التحتية الضرورية لربط دول القارة الأفريقية بعضها ببعض، فضلا عن ربطها بالعالم الخارجي، فضلا عن ضعف البنية التحتية الرقمية والحاجة الماسة إلى بناء قدرات الشباب الأفريقي ليكون في مقدمة الصفوف لتحقيق التكامل التجاري على مستوى القارة. لا شك فيه أن عجلة النمو الاقتصادي سواء الوطنية أو القارية لا يمكنها السير والاستمرار دون استثمار طاقات وقدرات الشباب. كما أن الحكومات الأفريقية في ظل التحول الرقمي ومتطلبات الثورة الصناعية الخامسة أصبحت في حاجة ماسة غير مسبوقة إلى مواكبة التطور الاقتصادي العالمي ورقمنة اقتصاديتها كي نتبوأ مكانة منافسة وبقوة على صعيد التكتلات الاقتصادية الإقليمية والقارية على مستوى العالم. ومع التحولات الجوهرية التي يشهدها النظام الدولي نحو التعددية على إثر تداعيات الأزمة السياسية بين روسيا والغرب حول أوكرانيا، وكذلك تداعيات أزمة كورونا على الاقتصاد العالمي وعلى الاقتصاد الأفريقية على وجه الخصوص، يمكن القول أن منطقة التجارة الحرة الأفريقية القارية تمهد لمساهمة القارة الأفريقية بشكل إيجابي في ذلك النظام العالمي الجديد. ومن ثم فإنه لابد أن يكون للشباب الأفريقي دورا حيويا وقويا في سد الفجوة التكنولوجية التي تعاني منها اقتصاديات القارة من أجل تعزيز وتحفيز النمو الاقتصادي الذي لا ينفصل بأي حال من الأحوال عن أهداف التنمية المستدامة ومتطلبات التكامل الاقتصادي والتجاري القاري الأفريقي. إن قضية دور الشباب الأفريقي في تحقيق التحول الاقتصادي الأفريقي في إطار اتفاقية منطقة التجارة الحرة الأفريقية ليس منفصلا عن قضية الفقر التي كانت ولا تزال أحد الأهداف بعيدة المدى التي تستهدفها الاتفاقية في حالة التنفيذ الكامل لها. ومن الأهمية بمكان أنه على الحكومات الأفريقية واجب دعم دور جديد للشباب في هذا الشأن من خلال إتاحة الفرصة للشباب في التغلب على تحديات وعقبات تنفيذ الاتفاقية، والتي تعتبر إلى حد كبير تحديات مشتركة بين معظم بلدان القارة، والتي تتمثل أهمها في الأسواق الصغيرة، عدم كفاية التصنيع، فقر البنية التحتية، انخفاض مستويات التبادل التجاري الثنائي بين البلدان الأفريقية وهذا مهم جدا، انتشار البيروقراطية، اعتماد الاقتصادات الأفريقية على تصدير السلع الأولية الأساسية وسلاسل الإمداد العالمية، الاضطرابات السياسية وغيرها. وعلى هذا أعطي بعض التوصيات بشكل يعني مدروس من وزارة الشباب والرياضة والشباب المصري في هذا المؤتمر: الاستعانة بالقدرات الشابة الأفريقية في تنفيذ مشاريع البنية الأساسية لتوفير فرص العمل للشباب وإتاحة فرص التعليم بالممارسة بدلا من الاستعانة بشركاء دوليين. تحرير القيود المفروضة على رأس المال البشري في مجالات الإبداع وفرص التعلم والابتكار، فقد كشفت أزمة كوفيد-19 أهمية الاستثمار في رأس المال البشري وتحرير المشروعات البحثية الشبابية في قارتي أوروبا وآسيا، حيث تمكنت البلدان التي استثمرت في شعوبها من إنتاج لقاحات الفيروس والتوعية بأهمية تلقي اللقاح لتسريع عملية الانتقال من التداعيات والآثار السلبية للأزمة وإنعاش الاقتصاد. ثالثاً، تأهيل سوق العمل القاري لاستيعاب قوة العمل الشابة بعمل مربح ودخل مرضي لتجنب تحولهم إلى مهاجرين اقتصاديين وأعضاء في شبكات الإرهاب الدولي العابرة للحدود الوطنية والتي دون شك تعرقل عملية التحول الاقتصادي الأفريقي. توفير التدريب الجيد والمتخصص والمتطور للشباب، ففي حال توفير حكومات القارة الأفريقية منح وبرامج تدريبية للشباب تواكب التطورات السريعة والمتغيرة في متطلبات وملامح سوق العمل الدولي، فإن الأمر سيأتي بالنفع والتأثير الإيجابي على عملية النمو الاقتصادي المحلي. خامساً، التركيز على خطوط النمو طويلة الأمد التي تقوم بشكل أساسي على الاستثمار في العنصر البشري وتطوير عقول الشعوب بدرجة لا تقل أهمية عن تطوير البنية التحتية ودعائم العملية الصناعية. سادساً، تأمين الفرص التجارية للشباب الأفريقي في إطار عملية التبادل التجاري الدولي وفي إطار تنفيذ عمليات التنمية الوطنية للمساهمة في رفع القيمة الاقتصادية للسواعد الأفريقية في الاقتصاد العالمي. سابعاً، تغيير الرؤية السياسية للقوى الديموغرافية الشابة بالمنطقة، ونقصد في هذا الشأن تغيير في التوجهات القومية الرسمية من رؤية القوة الديموغرافية للشباب في القارة على أنها عائق تنموي إلى اعتمادها كمصدر أولي، بل وتثمين من مصادر القوى الاقتصادية لأي دولة، حيث تعزز المهارات الإبداعية الشابة من القيمة المضافة المحلية. ثامناً،
دعم المشروعات الناشئة للشباب في كافة المجالات التي تساهم في تحفيز التكامل الاقتصادي وخاصة المشروعات الصناعية والإنتاج التكنولوجي على مستوى دولي ثنائي متبادل. تاسعاً، العمل على نشر فكر ريادة الأعمال بين الشباب الأفريقي ومده بكافة المعارف والتطبيقات اللازمة لتمكين الشباب الأفريقي من الاطلاع بمسؤولياته نحو إحداث التنمية الاقتصادية التي نطلع إليها في إطار خطة متكاملة تنبثق عن الاتفاقية بما يحقق وينفذ بنود ومحاور اتفاقية منطقة التجارة الحرة الأفريقية. عاشراً، العمل على إيجاد الحلول التمويلية والدعم الفني اللازم لمشروعات الشباب وكذا إنشاء حاضنات أعمال للمشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة ومتناهية الصغر الخاصة بالشباب. 11، العمل على إيجاد أسواق مخصصة لمشروعات الشباب والعمل على الربط بينها وبين الأسواق الأفريقية. وعلى هذا يعني أطلب وأتمنى أن يكون دراسة لإنشاء مركز شبابي متكامل مرتبط بالاتفاقية للعمل الشبابي على المستوى الأفريقي لتنفيذ هذه التوصيات. شكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please, a warm round of applause for my panelists. Please give them a round of applause as we wrap up the session. Thank you so much. I'm going to start from Dr. Ashraf Sobi. Thank you very much. Dr. Mohammed El Matini. Thank you very much. Mr. Atlantanen of Africa 5.0 Advisory and Honorable Minister of Information, Culture, Youth and Sports for Nigeria. Thank you very much, all of you, for being on this panel. And thank you for being a very wonderful audience. Thank you so much. I'll yield the floor to Mark Edo.
Thank you very much, Bosun, and thank you to your panelists. One piece of information: there's a gala dinner tonight at 7:30, so I hope you're going to be there and brought your dancing shoes. It's going to take place in the open theatre, and buses, of course, will be ready at the gate to take participants to the gala dinner. Now we'll move on to the final plenary session before we go into parallel sessions. That one is financing entrepreneurship to drive economic transformation in the AFC-FTA era, the role of DFIs and the role of Exim banks. And for that, we're going to kick it off with a very brief, just to kind of set the scene, so to speak. I'm going to call on the past president of the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank. Please put your hands together for His Excellency Jean-Louis Ekra. He was here. I saw him just a second ago, actually. He was sitting over there. Where is he gone? He was with us I walked right past him, and he seems to have vanished. Okay. All right. Okay. That's good. The show must go on. When he comes, if he comes back, I will invite him down. All right. Okay. That's fair enough. This is live. Anything can happen. So without much ado, I think I'll then call on the moderator of the panel to bring in his panelists, and then perhaps he can, the former past president can join as a panelist, maybe perhaps. So Omar Ben-Yedder is the group publisher of IC Publications. You probably say, some of you will say, what's IC Publications? Aha! But you've read his magazines, New African Magazine, African Banker, African Business. He used to have New African Woman. So he is an African publisher extraordinaire. It's Omar Ben-Yedder. That's your moderator. He's going to tell you all about your panel. Omar.
Thank you, Mark. I think we will wait for Jean-Louis. I think he's definitely coming back, and I've got a couple of panelists who have gone with him. Saying that, I'd like to say a couple of things, actually, just about Afreximbank before Jean-Louis comes. And I hope he'll excuse me for saying this about him. But what I like about this bank, and I've been following this bank and other development banks across Africa and the world for many years now, is it knows that if we can see far today, is because we're sitting on shoulders of giants, and the giants that have actually built the bank and given it the foundations to be where we want to be today. So it's thanks to people like Jean-Louis Ekra, and I just see him coming now, that Afreximbank is able to do what it is able to do today. And it is thanks to the work of all these people, our predecessors, who have worked at Afreximbank and who have led the bank and other Pan-African institutions as well. So Jean-Louis Ekra, it's always a pleasure to see you. And I can tell you that Jean-Louis Ekra is as passionate today as he was when he was president of the Afreximbank not so long ago. And he was always a true supporter of African enterprise throughout his presidency. So it's an honor to introduce you, and a warm round of applause for President Jean-Louis Ekra, please. Thank you.
Honored guests, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, may I wish you all a very warm welcome to this session on day 3 of the prestigious Afreximbank annual meetings. I'm greatly appreciative and humbled for having the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you. We in Africa are at a pivotal point of opportunity in our economic history, with a converging series of uniquely favorable factors which we must grasp and leverage upon. These factors include the groundbreaking African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, driving intra-African trade, our vast reserves of natural resources, the immense and highly attractive investment opportunities in so many sectors, countries, and regions, growing demand, and perhaps our greatest assets, a rapidly growing population with a useful average age and a highly entrepreneurial spirit and drive. These factors will transform the economies across the African continent on our collective journey to grow, develop, industrialize, diversify, create employment and value, and deliver prosperity by energizing and repositioning Africa as a globally competitive economic powerhouse. And what will be the primary vehicle for this transformation? It will, of course, be today's and tomorrow's many million of micro, small, and medium-sized businesses, and the entrepreneurs behind them, who are and will be the driving forces behind Africa's commercial and economic growth, and the creators of employment for this and our future generation of Africans. Some of these businesses will grow into the successful billion-dollar multinational corporates of future years. Africa's MSMEs are critical drivers of growth and export diversification, and the African Continental Free Trade Area seeks to facilitate them by helping to integrate them into regional and global value chains. Of course, they need to be in the formal economy to be financially included and benefit from the full suite of cash management, payment, and collection facilities, and preferably digitally. Structurally, we need to consider how to carefully integrate the informal economy, which is a norm for the majority across sub-Saharan Africa. However, we have an issue that we must address to enable and facilitate small businesses' growth and development. Access to finance. They need finance to set up, buy their productive and operational assets, pay for wages, supplies and bills, and to have sufficient working capital and finance for trade. Africa SMEs faces a huge funding gap, estimated to be as much as $330 billion by the World Bank. And certain segments, such as women-led businesses and youth entrepreneurs, have an even tougher time accessing finance. Given that SMEs account for about 90% of businesses and employ about 80% of Africa's workforce, the potential scale and success for Africa's SMEs will be even greater if they could readily access the finance to take advantage of further commercial opportunities. Also, while about 30% of international trade finance goes to SMEs, banks reject roughly 40% of applications from SMEs, which is a higher rejection rate than for any other segment. Commercial banks are the natural and traditional port of call for SMEs seeking finance. But according to the African Development Bank, only 34% of banks' trade finance assets were allocated to SMEs in 2019. Factoring is another solution that could be better used. Such open account transaction sees the SMEs selling their receivables at a discount to a third party, the factor. It is cheaper than using letters of credit, but it requires greater awareness, knowledge, capability, and capacity. Afreximbank is an enthusiastic proponent of SMEs' use of factoring and holds a series of training courses and webinars on the subject for central banks, financial institutions, and microfinance institutions. It is worth noting that factoring is also available through business-to-business platforms known as invoice trading platforms, electronic invoice marketplaces, or receivable exchanges. Africa's largest provider of foreign direct investment, China, has announced that it will be invested $10 billion in major industrialization and employment promotion projects in Africa, direct support for the growth of Africa SMEs, and the establishment of a cross-border renminbi center. Another venue for building financing to SMEs is through development finance institutions and export-import banks. DFIs and Exim banks can increase access to trade finance for SMEs through products such as short-term lending of working capital, and by providing SMEs trade finance transaction guarantees that help reduce the perceived risk of trading with SMEs. By their nature and size, their lending to SMEs is typically indirect, in that it is routed through local banks and financial institutions. This enables the DFIs and Exim banks to gain diversified scale in their exposure to SMEs, while also benefiting from the local knowledge of the local financial institution lenders, which act as their conduct for their lending to SMEs. In many cases, this will take the form of DFIs collaborating with commercial banks through their sharing of a portion of the risk associated with the bank's lending to SMEs, particularly when the parties involved share similar development goals. It increases lending capacity to SMEs and enables new credit facilities to be provided to them, and will also typically reduce the collateral requirements, say, by about 50%. Let's look at some examples. Afreximbank's Crisis Response Facility, the Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, supported the African continent to manage the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. One of its many initiatives is disbursement to SMEs to meet trade debt payment obligations. The African Development Bank's Risk Participation Agreement provides risk protection on a portfolio basis, with 60% of the transactions geared towards SMEs. The Transaction Guarantee Instrument was introduced as part of AFDB's trade finance program and enabled it to take direct risk mitigation towards the smaller transaction sizes that are typically for SMEs. AFDB Trade Finance Program also includes trade finance line, soft commodity facilities, and equity support. Other trade finance programs for multilateral development banks include the World Bank Group International Finance Corporation Global Trade Finance Program, which provides coverage up to 100% on the country and commercial risk of individual trade-related instruments. It also has programs for commodities, structured trade, working capital, and supplier finance. The International Trade Finance Corporation Trade Finance Program provides Murabaha financing, two-step Murabaha financing, and structured trade finance. In Asia, the Asian Development Bank's Trade Finance Program has guarantee products such as credit guarantees and risk participation agreement, funded products including revolving credit facilities, and funded risk participation agreements. And it offers co-finance risk distribution agreements. The European Bank for Reconstruction and Development Trade Facilitation Program guarantees trade finance instruments such as letters of credit, advance payment bond, payment guarantees, bid and performance bond, etc. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest Trade Finance Facilitation Program provide credit guarantees and loans. An additional initiative of the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation is its West African SME program, which uses Islamic finance to bridge the trade finance gap for SMEs in the region by providing banks and SMEs with financing lines, capacity building, and advisory services. It is available in the 8 countries of the West African Economic and Monetary Union: Benin, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Niger, Senegal, and Togo. In May 2021, the International Finance Corporation announced that it would invest $1 billion to provide African SMEs that were already credit constrained prior to the COVID-19 pandemic and now face increased risk and uncertainty with new sources of funding beyond traditional financing products. The Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank SMEs program offers a much-needed alternative source of financing through loans guarantees, and capacity building intervention to SMEs, while also advancing sustainable development program perspectives across its region. An example is its initiative to finance agribusiness SMEs in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. It focuses on women and youth led SMEs operating in the agriculture sector with solid managerial foundations and high potential for social impact. The West African Development Bank promotes financing vehicles and funding for SMEs through banks and financial institutions, as well as by making direct loans to projects. The U.S. African Development Foundation and the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation are working together to provide loans of up to $50,000 to $500,000 and grants of $10,000 to $100,000 to African entrepreneurs. At individual country level, there are also initiatives. The Development Bank of Nigeria supports MSMEs by providing targeted wholesale funding and partial credit guarantee to fill identified enterprise financing gap for SMEs. In Ethiopia, the World Bank, International Development Associations, Women Entrepreneurship Development Project, provided finance and business support to growth-oriented women entrepreneurs. From a gender perspective, the Affirmative Finance Action for Women Entrepreneurs in Africa, which is part of the African Development Bank, developed innovative financial mechanisms to increase lending to women-owned businesses and provide them with training to help boost their business productivity and growth. By the end of 2021, the African Development Bank had approved over $424 million for 1,852 women entrepreneurs. Another segment needing support are youth entrepreneurs. The Youth Entrepreneurship and Innovation Multi-Donor Trust, which is managed by the African Development Bank, is an initiative that supports Africa entrepreneurship ecosystems. The fund promotes the creation of sustainable jobs for young Africans by equipping youth and women-led startups, as well as MSMEs, with the skills, financial support, and enabling environment. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's entrepreneurs, startups, and MSMEs are the lifeblood of Africa's future economic development, job creation, and socio-economic prosperity. Providing them with access to finance is vital to their growth. There are many stakeholders across the gamut of financial industry that have a real and collaborative responsibility to ensure that the capacity and willingness is there to provide the necessary finance to SMEs and entrepreneurs. And development finance institutions and Exim banks have a huge role to play in this. So my final word to the panelists will be how to ensure that SMEs and African entrepreneurs are fully included in the value chain. I thank you.
So I've got one great bit of news for Mr. Mark Edo. Your phone is here. he thought he left it at the restaurant. So, okay, so I'll ask all my panelists to come. So His Excellency Mr. T.D. Sivakumar, General Manager, Intra-African, warm round of applause, please. Mr. Hope Yongo, Technical Advisor at the Nigeria Export-Import Bank, Nexim. Dr. George A. Donko, President and Chairman of the Board of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development. Mr. Amel Kamel, Executive Vice President at the Afreximbank. Mr. Michael Ore, Partner at SPI Films Fund. And Mr. Philip Rosberg, Senior Advisor at the Central Bank of Egypt, who are our hosts today. Thank you very much, everyone. So I'm going to try and inject a bit of pace and energy, hopefully, into this panel. So we'll start with Dr. George Donko. Earlier on, we had a quick debrief, and you said that 60% of your funding is actually channeled through commercial banks to SMEs. So is that an executive decision? How have you made that happen?
Thank you very much, Mr. Omar. So good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are from the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, which is the regional financial institution owned by the 15 ECOWAS member countries. The head office is in Togo. Let me start by expressing our profound sense of gratitude to His Excellency Professor Benedict Urama for inviting EBE to be part of this important session. Now, going straight to your question. Yes, we all know that SMEs occupies about 80% of the businesses in Africa. And they also offer about 70% of the workforce, which is an indication of the capacity or the potential they have to employ more people and also to grow our economies. They have various challenges, as we are all very much aware. Some of them are collateral, some of them they don't have any credit history. So what we do as a bank is that we've taken a decision to extend lines of credit to the commercial banks for on-lending to the SMEs. His Excellency Janakra alluded to that fact. It is one of the models that we have employed, and it has worked perfectly for us. Some of these MCs, as I said, they don't have any credit history. Some of them, they don't have any collateral. Some of them, they don't have any governance structure, which makes credit requirements a challenge. So we give the money to the commercial banks in the various jurisdictions, in the various countries, and then they will on-lend same to the entrepreneurs. They will on-lend them to SMEs. The idea is that we pass on the risk, or we share the risk with the commercial banks. That's number one. Number two, we also want to ensure that the resources that we extend to the SMEs are solely applied for the purpose for which they were granted. And since the commercial banks are in the catchment areas of these SMEs, it becomes easier to supervise the projects and to ensure that they apply the resources judiciously. Last year, for example, in 2021 financial year, the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development extended an amount of about $200 million to the various SMEs in the various countries where it operates. And that constituted about 60% of the total portfolio of the bank last year. So far, this has worked perfectly, and I'm pleased to announce that we have never encountered any difficulty in terms of repayment, in terms of recovery. And so that is what we have done so far with regard to the SMEs.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a couple of very, very, very quick follow-up questions. First of all, in terms of risk sharing, I wanted to understand how you did the risk sharing. Secondly, tell us about risk sharing first, and I'll get to my second question. So risk sharing, you said that you did some risk sharing with the commercial banks. Tell us about that very quickly.
Please come again. I didn't get your question well.
You said that you did the risk sharing with the commercial banks. So how do you do the risk sharing?
Yes, what we do is that we agree with the commercial banks on the rate. So we try to let them know that they cannot go beyond certain threshold in terms of on-lending to the SMEs. And by so doing, we also take part of the risk. And we take part of the risk because we don't pass on all the risk to the commercial banks, because remember that they are also going to take risks by on-lending to the SMEs. So we try to give them competitive pricing, competitive rates, to enable them also to add a small margin to the SMEs. Because at the end of the day, the bottom line is that we don't want to be too much expensive. That will serve as deterrent to most of the SMEs entrepreneurs who are already handicapped. So we try to be very competitive by giving them a certain threshold and agreeing with them also to add certain margin, which will also make them better off. I mean, it will not disadvantage them, and also will not let them go too high in respect of on-lending to the SMEs.
Okay, this may be a slightly sensitive question, and apologies because here the people don't hear as well as you guys do over there, actually, unless you've got these headphones. But so you work with lots of different commercial banks, different sized commercial banks in different countries. Obviously,
Can you take time so that because I think that there is echo.
Can someone give him a headset?
Maybe we.
Yeah, can someone bring 2 headsets, please? You bring him a headset.
Okay.
Yeah, put the headset. You hear better with the headset on. Do you hear me now?
I think so.
A lot better, no? Yes. Okay, so look, you work in lots of different jurisdictions, so lots of different countries across West Africa.
Sorry, it's not Please come again?
Yes, you hear me now? You hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay, so you work in lots of different countries. Okay. Yeah? So you're working in the ECOWAS region. You're working with banks of different sizes as well. Who would you say are better geared at lending to SMEs? Is it the bigger banks? Is it the smaller banks? Would you say that certain banks are... The reason I'm asking this question is because yesterday Arnold Ekpe said we need big banks for development. But actually when I was talking to a central banker once, he said for the SME sector, we actually need small banks as well. We don't just need big banks. This was the former central banker of Nigeria. So do you think that smaller banks or bigger banks are better geared to work with SMEs, or are you indifferent?
Well, the problem is that the small banks also need the push. We don't make any distinction in regard to our extension of credit to these banks. But we are very careful, depending upon the amount, the quantum that we want to extend to the bank. I mean, we have tier 1 banks, tier 2 banks, and tier 3 banks. And so in lending, we are mindful of where we put our money to. That's very, very important. And also, we also look at the history of that particular bank, and we look at the reports, their audited accounts over the years. If we anticipate high risks, we are very careful. And so, in that arrangement that we have embarked upon over the years, we have dealt with banks that have the creditworthiness from the central banks of the various countries. I think in that matter, because remember that at the end of the day, we also have to minimize risks. And therefore, we will not also go along with any bank. But the size of the bank is not as so much important as to the ability of the bank to be able to on-lend the activities of the bank over the period. That will give us the encouragement. That will give us the assurance that the money that is going to that particular bank will not go to the drain. So that is what we do.
Okay, maybe I'll go to the Executive Vice President at the Afreximbank, Mr. Amr Kemal. So what are your thoughts in terms of working with commercial banks and developing products so that they can lend to the SME sector and to businesses in general? What's your experience and how are you structuring your services there?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, at Afreximbank, really, one sort of model that we've developed from the very beginning is to cooperate with all parties, right? So we cooperate with international banks, we cooperate with the local commercial banks, we cooperate with sister DFIs, because at the end of the day, each institution has its niche area that it can support to reach a certain objective. So, I mean, from the very beginning, for us, one of the critical tools we're relying on is what we call trade finance intermediaries, right? Which is, because we're not present in all our member countries. So these are local banks that are present in those countries to which we can give lines of credit to on-lend to. Now, clearly there are also difficulties even in that arrangement, because sometimes the lines of credit or the purpose of the funding may be sort of slightly changed from the objective that you want. Also the pricing, you want to achieve a certain level of pricing, and those commercial banks may add on quite a large amount of pricing that would end up having a difficulty. So, but those kinds of things that can be controlled by being very specific in the objectives and documentation and those kinds of things. Now, but generally speaking, for the SMEs in particular, I think Afreximbank had identified the importance of SMEs and the need to really try and support them. And as I think the previous speaker also rightly captured, it's very difficult for a DFI to lend directly to SMEs, simply because the way they're set up makes it operationally not viable to be able to lend a small amount of money, because I think in terms of cost, it costs the same to give a $100 million loan as it does to a $1 million loan. You go through the same process. So the idea is that we recently set up what we call the Export SME Development Program, ESDP, which is sort of an integrated cross-cutting solution, basically, that provides the financing on one side, but also, more importantly, in my view, provides facilitation or sort of development of the SMEs themselves. So it includes things like, technological assistance, capacity building, technology skills training, business support, trade information, and market access. So that one we're much able to deal with as a development institution, because we're sort of set up for this kind of thing. And we also monitor then the funds that we're giving to the TFIs, we go to TFIs very closely. But also, we, as I think we were discussing, one of the very useful tools for lending to SMEs is factoring. Again, that's something that we adopted very early on, and we also tried to develop by developing what we call a model factoring law, because we realize that so many of our member countries do not have those, the legal framework for implementation of factoring. Again, recently we did an initiative with CNN. What we do is what we call CNN Evolve, which was to identify, SME in the digital sphere that we are able to develop and support to provide, markets and financing. So all those kinds of initiatives are all designed as a way of trying to, give as much support, if you may, to SMEs if we can.
Fantastic. Look, I was very surprised actually that when I attended one of your factoring sessions. I think it was in Kigali a couple of years ago. Well, it was actually pre-COVID, so 3 years ago or so. So, and I was surprised that factoring wasn't as prevalent on the continent as it is in the UK or in Europe or elsewhere. Obviously, in the UK we had a scandal with supply chain finance, but anyway, factoring is extremely important. Businesses use it massively, but it's something that in Africa isn't particularly developed. I know that I've got two Nexim specialists there. Maybe we'll start with the Nexim Bank of Nigeria and tell us about your experience with factoring, the hurdles that you've had to overcome, and what you're currently doing in terms of new products such as factoring to SMEs.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the issue of factoring in Nigeria has two challenges. One is a regulatory challenge, whereby you have the regulation that stops you from doing open account trading, and that in its own has restricted the potential to do factoring transactions that are cross-border, so to speak. But one of the things that we are looking at the situation of the Nigerian economy, whereby you have the informal sector almost equaling the formal sector. So what do you do to mainstream that informal sector into the trade ecosystem? So one of the things that we do as an Exim Bank is to engage in advocacy and engagement with the regulators, telling the regulators that, well, we have to begin to trade on open account basis, especially in the context of African Continental Free Trade Area. Because if you look at it, the dominance of our trade across ECOWAS, for example, I can say over 70% of it are informal. So how do you mainstream those kind of informal sector to the formal economy? One of the ways is to provide an innovative instrument that can now attract them. And once you attract them from the informal sector, you help them to cooperatize And once they are corporatized, it becomes easier for them now to migrate into the formal system for doing that. So we are engaging with the central bank. We are partnering with Afrexim, draft modern law. In fact, we have a law that has been passed to the parliament for enactment. But what we are telling the central bank is that while we wait for the enactment, promulgating laws in Nigeria can be a little windy. Why don't you have a regulation? So now they are working on a draft regulation, so that with that draft regulation, you can have that to do. And secondly, there are issues that we have noticed that the credit rejection rate is too high for SMEs in Nigeria. So what do we do to help sure that while factoring comes in as a non-banking finance instrument that can help in the supply chain and providing liquidity to SMEs? The other aspect of it is that we are now looking at it to introduce our credit enhancement instruments, like the guarantees, and also risk mitigating instruments, like the insurance, that can make sure that we enhance the credit profile of those SMEs in a way that they can avail and access funding. So these are some of the initiatives that we do.
Okay, fantastic. So when you say guarantees, so basically you're working with the commercial banks to guarantee a sort of a first loss or a certain percentage of the loan that's been put out there?
Yes, 2 weeks. We work with if a commercial bank has some liquidity challenges to lend to their client, they can provide the guarantee and we can provide funding to them. Another aspect of it is that if they are not comfortable with that customer, we can provide guarantees so that they can lend to that customer.
Excellent. I'll go to TD, if I may, General Manager at the Intra-African. So what about your experience in terms of factoring and in terms of the SME segment in general in India, and how you're collaborating with other banks as well elsewhere?
Yeah, thank you very much. At the outset, I'd like to mention that we are delighted to be here, given the special relation between India-Eximbank and Afreximbank, and India and Africa, in this special panel session. You asked about factoring, but before factoring, you've also asked about what is the general experience of SMEs. See, as some of the speakers said, the role of Eximbank and DFIs in SMEs can be slightly different. We work in multiple ways. One, we work with commercial banks. We don't look at Exim versus commercial bank, we look at Eximbank and commercial banks. So we work with commercial banks, we give refinance to them so that they give financing to the SMEs, like a next door service branches, so that is one. Second, we also do something to reduce transaction costs by giving export facilitation, set up infrastructure which facilitates SMEs like port development, etc., which doesn't directly but indirectly helps SMEs. The third one, what we do is that we also have a special program called GRID, Grassroots Rural Initiative Development Program, where we support these small and micro enterprises in terms of the technical capabilities. The fourth one is some of what I think the former president of Afreximbank was mentioning about the trade distance program. Like many multilateral institutions, Eximbank has also started the trade distance program to credit enhance some of the trade instruments issued by some issuing banks in 95 countries, so which increases the bilateral trade between India and other regions. The last is some of the products which is not available in the market, something like we introduced a new program called Ubrate Sitare, which is basically identifying the hidden champions, some small companies which has a very unique product, process or technology, but doesn't get funding. So Eximbank funds them both in terms of equity as well as debt. We've also started a small alternate investment fund. In fact, there was some discussion about private equity. We also give some small equity for those companies. As the last one, like factoring, as you said, like it's not very much developed in developing markets. So even in India, factoring is not very much developed. So Eximbank started factoring way back in 2004. But Eximbank is again starting offering to in direct Eximbank's book in very shortly. So we identify this as a very important product for SMEs, which will help SMEs in a great way. And for some of them who would not know about factoring, because I think some discussion what was factoring, it is one of the very prominent asset-based financing where the company sells its invoice, and so that it gets immediate liquidity without recourse. So it gets the money, it doesn't have obligation to pay back the bank because it is actually sold invoice and the import factor stands guaranteed. So these are some of the initiatives of India-Eximbank for SMEs in India.
and your relationship with Afreximbank, and is it the only relationship that you have with in Africa, or are there any other commercial banks that you work with, or any other Exim banks that you work with?
Sorry, I didn't get this question.
Okay, so in terms of your relationship with the Afreximbank, in terms of supporting SMEs, how is that structured? And do you work with other financial institutions on the continent?
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, actually, I think the relationship between India and Africa in general is very strong, and we work with multiple institutions in African region. We have a very special relationship with institutions like Afreximbank, where we are also a shareholder. We work with Afreximbank and institutions like EBIT in multiple ways. We lend to them so that no, they are on the ground, they know the market, they lend to further companies and then help the SMEs in Africa. We also collaborate with institutions like Afreximbank in multiple ways, in fact, including factoring. We have been discussing with them how do we work together, including that the trade distance program which Eximbank has recently launched. We have been getting expertise and sharing experiences from Afreximbank of the AFTRA program. So we work very closely with institutions like Afreximbank, KBID and other all institutions in Africa so that we can help SMEs both in India and Africa.
Excellent, thank you. I'll go to Philip Rosberg on my right here. So look, I know that the Egyptian Central Bank is developing a number of new instruments, and you're working on the export credit agency. But in terms of, so how do you, when you look at the, let's say, the market imperfections that you're trying, or that you're trying to correct, what's the thinking there in terms of the SMEs, and what's the thinking there in terms of the ECA that you guys are creating?
Yeah, many thanks, Omar, for the question. Do you hear me? Yeah. Look, I mean, first of all, we were hoping to be able to already announce the ECA, but hopefully it's going to happen soon. I should mention at this stage my thanks also in particular to Afreximbank, the host today, who have been instrumental in getting us so far, who have started to do the feasibility study a while ago and ultimately led also to me representing the agency here. So thank you for that. Now, as we will soon turn from the conceptual stage to the practical stage, I take your question, what are the key market imperfections that we want to address in terms of SME? Look, if you're an export credit agency, of course your mandate is a bit narrower than if you are a continental development bank, in the sense that your primary clients and your primary targets are your exporters, and in particular the SME exporters as part of that. So the challenge there is always twofold. One is, how can you make it easy for the exporters to use your products? And we want to be a fully fledged ECA, which basically means an export credit agency, which basically means we want to insure exporters against defaults of their cross-border clients. We want to help exporters raise competitive working capital, primarily with local banks under our credit guarantee. And then that's the Champions League of export credits. We would also like to help Egyptian exporters to arrange financing for their clients, customer finance. This is going to be by far the most challenging aspect, because that's where we would really be looking also for the assistance of highly rated agencies like, for example, Afreximbank or other export credit agencies with whom we can cooperate. So one is, across these three product categories, how can you make it easy for the customers to use it? And we're developing a process which we hope will make it, technically easily accessible, app-based essentially, to make it easy to use the products. But that's only half of the problem. The other half of the problem is more difficult to solve. And that's what if you have an SME and he now understands how to use your products, but his client is an SME across the border. And that's where it's really difficult, because that's where you're really facing the information shortages, basically the market imperfection. And to be honest, I mean, in a previous capacity, before I took over this assignment with the Central Bank of Egypt, I used to sit on the executive board of the German Export Credit Agency. And this is a very old institution. It goes back now 70 years, and it's been looking at this for a long time. And we haven't really cracked the nut yet. So quite often what you see is still that SME exposures cross-border are actually turned down, because you can't get the information. Now, I don't have the magic solution, and I'm not claiming that our project will provide the magic bullet for that problem, but we just had a very interesting discussion also with Hope, the colleague here from Nexum, as we were just getting ready for the panel, and you might have heard it, Omar. We were saying, what if we, for a moment, make a bit of a leap of faith And we are actually looking at export credit agencies or Exim banks, also a bit as import credit agencies and import banks, if you so wish. So I know that's a bit counterintuitive because everybody, when he thinks about an export credit agency or an Exim bank, it's always, I want more exports, that's great because it will give me more foreign currency, it will bring down my current account deficit, that's what I want. But in particular, if you look at it in the context of the AFCFTA here, every export is of course an import at some stage. And as I said, some of these imports are not happening because we will struggle to get comfortable with an SME risk, for example, in Nigeria. Now, just an idea, but what if, for example, if we had an Egyptian SME export going to a Nigerian SME client, if Nexi guaranteed part of that risk for us? I think there are many arguments to be made in favor of this, which is primarily you would be closer to the risk, you are likely to understand the client better, you are likely to have access to information on that client which we don't, and you probably also have a cloud with that client which is different from some Egyptian agency the client might never have heard about. And vice versa the same. If you were to write an Egyptian transaction, you might not know the company, but for us it could actually be relatively easy to get information and to get comfortable. So, I mean, this, I think it's an interesting idea which one could look at. It requires a bit of a shift in mindset from I'm looking at pushing exports only to I'm actually also helping imports, which A, helps me increase the industrial base, and B, basically allocates risks to those who are best placed to provide them. The last comment I would want to make on that is the only problem is, of course, how do you structure the reciprocity? In a perfect world, we have just as many Egyptian SME exports going to Nigeria as we have Nigerian SME exports going to Egypt. And we basically cross-guarantee one another and everybody is happy. But of course, in reality, the world probably isn't perfect and there might be some imbalances. And it might be that at some stage we guarantee a lot more Nigerian exposure to Egypt than the other way around. And then what happens if defaults occur? Then you risk Egyptian taxpayer money for Nigerian exports, which at first sight is a bit more difficult to anyway, I don't want to go too much into technical details. I'm just saying, make it easy for the user is the one side. Still difficult, but arguably easier to tackle. But the real challenge is cross-border SME risk, how you take that. And I think it would be worthwhile to think about maybe a reallocation of risk, potentially facilitated by the likes of Afreximbank, somewhere in between as an intermediator, or maybe able to balance, if we don't have the proportionality on both sides anymore, helping either side. But yeah, that's still something.
No, but this is the out-of-the-box thinking that we want, and I'd like Hope to respond to that, and also Mr. Camel as well, please. So Hope, yeah, why don't you respond to this?
Yes, I think what Philip
Sorry.
I think what Philip said is something that can be done, and I think that's why we are looking at the situation that the regulation for factoring in Nigeria is there, because we can easily enter into a two-way factor arrangement with ECA, and then everybody will take care of their risk. And secondly, we realize the information asymmetry issue, and that's why what Mansa is doing in Afrexim is to onboard those kind of information so that you can have a repository that you can now glean information, just basic information about SMEs continent-wise. In Nigeria, we're also working with our small SME rating SME agency, SMEDAN, with BOI and Nexim.